What's up, everyone? Welcome to day three of the Lead Summit. Welcome. If you can hear me nice and loud, let me know in the comments because we've been running into some audio issues the past few days. So let me know if you can hear me in the comments as well too. We're again streaming to multiple screens. So I have like 10 screens up on my monitors. So hopefully it doesn't break today as well too. So boom. Let's just be better. Boom! Welcome to day three of Lead Summit. If you are here, if it's your first day here, welcome for your first day. And if you're here for all 3 days, you are a super rock star as well, too. Right? Quick little recap for those who are just joining us for here today as well, too. Bad news and good news, right? Bad news first. A lot of our planned speakers weren't able to make it due to the date change last minute. No worries though. The awesome news is that everyone who is scheduled to speak is still gonna speak. It'll be a one-off. They'll each have their own one-off things as well too. So we're super pumped for that. So that means you get to hear me. But today I have two other awesome friends joining me to speak today. I'll kind of share that in a bit as well, right? But with that as well, to one other thing we did just to make it an awesome, incredible event as well too. We everyone who upgraded to the VIP package. So once you registered, the next page was a VIP package. It was like a $47 upgrade to get the recordings of the event. Right? We already issued the refund that should reflect everyone's account. I think 800 people are getting a refund for that. But every single person, we have 9,000 people registered for this event. Everyone's going to get the recordings of the event after it's done. After it's done, our team's going to cut it up and send it out to you guys. So you guys can view it as much as you will like as well, too. All right, so I'm super pumped. Let's get ready. This is day 3 of 3. Be a little bittersweet day, as always, last days, but it's gonna be an incredible event today as well, too. All right, so here is the plan for today. The first thing we're gonna do, I'm gonna jump on and talk about essays, right? Talk about college essays for you guys. For seniors, is super applicable to you guys. Juniors, something to keep in mind. Freshmen, sophomores who are in here, right? Something to keep in mind as you work towards this at the end, right? Then I'll be talking about letters of recommendations there, how to get them, how to get really awesome ones. Then we have my buddy Justin, Coach Justin, jumping in for day 3 of 3 to do another amazing presentation like he always does the past 2 days. He's gonna come in. After that, I'm gonna talk about college interviews, or I'm gonna open up to just interviews in general, right? For those of you guys who are applying to jobs, internships for colleges, right? There's sometimes there's an interview process. So I'm gonna talk about my tips there. And then my buddies over at Magoosh, the test prep company, the affordable test prep company, they're gonna come. They're gonna do a special topic. I think their topic was how to get the best score in the shortest period of time. So I'm super pumped. I'm gonna get ready to take lots of notes for that one. And at the end, we're gonna finish up with the a speed Q&A session that we've been doing the past few days. Right. So what we have done the last 2 days, so you guys have a heads up for, is around like 12 o'clock ish time today. Right. I'll be sending out a special link. I'll be like, or a special phone number. Hey, this is the number. Schedule a time of chat, and we'll be doing like nonstop, really quick speed questions, speed answers as well too. So you'll text us your questions. I'll call you, and I'll be like, here's your answer. Boom, boom, boom. I think this by far has been the most like gratifying part of the entire week, kind of helping you guys individually one-on-one. Some of you guys are shy. I see a lot of people here, but not a lot of comments the past few days. But I think a lot of the one-on-one connections were made during these quick chats as well too. So that'll happen from here into the rest of by 3 p.m. today. I even push a little extra if there's more people who wants to chat today, just because it's last day as well. I know I pushed a few people on Monday to Tuesday, a few people from Tuesday to today. So half the spots for today are already full. But if you're interested, we'll share information about that in a bit. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. If you're ready, everybody type essay in the comments. We can jump straight into essays. And like for those who joined for the first time as well too, I'm very interactive, so I'm not great of a planner. So I didn't make fancy presentations like all the other speakers, right? For me, I just free flow it based on you guys as well too, based on your feedback, your comments. We play it together. Okay. So first, college essays, right? So essays is not every school needs them, right? So a lot of schools need them, but if you actually look at every single college out there, not every single school you actually need an essay. For example, if you guys want to go down the community college route, which is an awesome route, and we'll probably chat about that later. The community college route, super awesome route. Don't need essays for that. Those of you guys in smaller state schools, right? So in California, we have two state schools. We have the UC system and the Cal State system. So the Cal State system does not require any essays whatsoever. It's purely based off grades and activities. The UCs have a written component, an essay component to them as well too. So first keep in mind, whatever schools you're looking for, check to see if they need essays or if you're gonna need to write essays as well too. That's number one. Number two, right? If you establish, hey, okay, cool, my school's gonna want me to write something kind of thing, keep in mind the mindset of this section, right? So the big thing is in the academic section, right? We talked about that yesterday. In the academic section, they're seeing how smart are you, right? Can you are you smart enough for this university? That's basically the big thing behind that section, right? Hey, if you can't do well academically in your high school, how can you do well academically in our school? And that's the big thing there, right? Activities, right? They're saying how are you spending your time? That's the big mindset thing there. How are you spending your time, right? Are you wasting it, or are you like maxing out, doing everything you can to like do as much as you can in your age, right? So those are the two sections there. With the essay section, right? They want you to hear your story, right? Because hypothetically, two students going to have the same exact GPA. Two students going to have the same exact activities, hypothetically, right? But those two students still have a different story of how they got there, right? Story, think of a lot of different factors, right? Think about family. How has family affected this, right? Some students I work with are a single child, so they have that. Some other students have a single child, but their both parents need to work a lot. Some single child, their parents make a lot of money, right? As that. So that all three of those students have different upbringings. Then you add on more factors of like, hey, what if you have siblings? What if you're the oldest child, the youngest child? What if you live with your grandparents, your aunts and uncles? What if you have like two families living in the same household? So you see how like that family section alone, lots of different stories can derive from it, and they all affected how you are. Right? Because think about it, like if your parents have access to resources, right, you will probably have the ability to get the resources to help you out academically with activities and that as well too. However, on the flip side, like for me, my example, right, growing up for me, my parents didn't have much, worked all the time, but I was the oldest child in my family too, so I always had to take care of my siblings and my grandparents as well too. So a lot of my activities seemed empty if you compare to strictly activities like clubs and stuff like that to other folks. I don't have that much, right? However, majority of my time though, right, activity wise, the majority of my time is taking care of my family there, right? So it's stuff like that you want to share in the essay section, right? Another thing is your environment, right? Environment is another big section, right? With environment, I'm gonna break it down to school and community as well too, right? So your environment, like places you are around you, right? If you go to a certain school, right? People here go to public schools. There's people here that go to charter schools. There's people who go to private schools. There's maybe some students here who are homeschooled. So depending on your environment, you're getting different factors. You're getting different things that are shaping you who you are, right? A student who is homeschooled their whole life is probably going to have a different experience than a student who went to a public school with like 5,000 students in their class, which is also different than a student who went to private school with like 10 people, 10, 15 people in their class as well too. Each of these have a different environment. Go into community, right? Those of you who are involved, for example, in your church community, right? Or your synagogue or the mosque, anything, or your temple, any of these experiences, right? So if you had that you have another group of community, different things that affected who you are. You have a scheduled thing for something that happens for you every single Sunday, for example, right? So everything you do affects who you are. So that's why people could have the same GPA, people could have the same activities, but their story, their upbringing, their how they navigate through everything, that's different. And that's the key for the essay section, right? You want to use the essay to tie in your activity, your academics, your activities, and your story, right? That's the key of this section right now here, right? You want to share kind of why you did. For example, I was talking to a student who academically, right, one weird grade for a section, right, like a section that, like, basically it was A's, and one section of their grades was like B's and C's, and I was like, huh, that's odd. What happened there, kind of thing, right? And then I find out it was like a medical emergency with families and that, so they weren't able to study as much because they had to focus their attention something else. But after that, though, you saw their grades jump up again to A's and B's, right? And then I was like, oh, and she's like, yeah, that's why they stopped. I was like, oh, that makes sense, right? But you see, strictly looking at grades, you can't tell that. So it's really hard to see, is that, what does that really mean? Versus in her essay, I would recommend for her to write about, hey, yeah, my at the end of my sophomore year, this happened, right? And as a result, this happened, but and the other thing as well too, right? So you see how you're explaining what that little odd thing is. So you help that as well too, right? So the essays is awesome for explaining weird things on your application, right? So if you guys have a weird grade thing, another thing is activities, right? A big one for a lot of you guys that you guys can think about writing about, which also I would try not to, by the way, but again, you can if you want to. Explain the weird gap, right? So this past year, you guys know it's a weird time in the world. If you're watching this live 2021, if you're watching the future, you can probably read in your history books. But then the whole world shut down the past year, right? So a lot of clubs were stopped, a lot of activities were stopped, a lot of internships were canceled, jobs were canceled, volunteer things were canceled. So for a lot of students, this last year was like blank, right? It's super blank. So you don't want to assume, that's the other thing I'm here, don't assume. You don't want to assume that the reader can think anything, even though they did live the same world that you did. Of like, hey, the pandemic shuts down. You can't assume that they are going to imply that based on your activities, based on your essays, right? You need to tell them exactly, hey, hey, this happened, right? So you know you can explain everything. So basically, the easy way to think about it is when you go through your academics and your activities, if there's any section that the reader's like, huh, that's odd, or that's weird, or that's confusing, or there's a little gap here, that's an opportunity for you to write about it in your essays, right? It's not it's not an excuse, right? So you're not making excuses like, "Hey, I could have done that," or no. It's like, "Hey, this is what happened," right? You can't change what happened. It happened in the past. So this is what happened. But the big thing about this essay to make it strong, you want to structure like this, right? You want to structure as a story plus change or growth. Meaning, right? So any single essay you guys write about, you want to bring the story first, right? Share what happened, whatever the prompt is, right? You kind of talk about that thing is, and then to make it do really, really well, right? You want to talk about the change or the growth, right? Change or growth in you, right? Change and growth in you. Hey, there's a shutdown that happened. I couldn't do X, Y, Z. However, my growth, right? What happened was but I discovered that I was at my computer more often, that I love coding, so I decided to blah blah blah, right? So whatever it is, give that story to that growth, right? The big issue is don't focus only on story, and that's a big mistake that I see a lot of students make, is that they're when you read their essays, 80% of it is like the story of like, I went to school, my school is this, blah 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 blah, blah. At the very end they talk about, so because of this I am blank, right? I'm like, oh cool, I want to know more of that last thing, right, about you, not the story itself. The readers don't really care too much about the story. That's why people say that the cliches, when people talk about the cliche, that is E, I think it's right, those cliche stuff, right? Like, oh, I don't know if I want to write about it because it's too cliche, and vice versa, right? So I would recommend, I was like, don't, that's the story factor, right? A lot of people, it's very hard now for me because I've literally read thousands and thousands of these prompts, that is very hard to come up with a very unique story now, right? Like I've pretty much read a bunch of stories about bad grades, about behaviors, about different clubs, different activities, different disputes, different issues at home, different life events. So I've read pretty much majority of things. So when students tell me, "Oh, this happened to me," right? I was like, "Oh, cool." That doesn't matter as much, right? The story itself does not matter as much. What matters is how that affected you, because how a story affected you and me could be completely different, right? Like for example, for let's take this event as an example, right? So we are all here at the lead event, either here live or watching the replay as well too, right? If I ask every single person, hey, what was your favorite part of the event? A lot of people will say different things, right? But the story was still the same, right? The story, we host an event, there's multiple speakers, multiple sessions. That's the same story. People can talk about that same story a lot, right? However, what makes it different is how it affected you. Hey, I really love the academic section because I was needing something to help me push through my academics. Or hey, I really love that essay section because I'm a senior. That's what applies to me the most right now. So that I need that the most, right? For me personally, my favorite part has been the one-on-one chats, right? Like I didn't think I'm probably gonna do more of that more moving forward, right? But then the one-on-one chats is literally like my favorite part of it, like connecting with each student one-on-one, answering questions, getting to, and then a lot of that actually helps me create the stuff for the next day. I'm like, oh yeah, a lot of these things kept coming up. Let me try to share about that because I'm sure if one student has an issue or has a problem, more students are thinking about the same thing or have it as well too. So that's what it is here. So the cliche or the story, don't worry too much about that. It's the impact of that thing on you is what the readers want to see. Is anybody with me so far? Any questions? Any questions? What's up, people over here? What's up, everyone in every single chat room? All chats, hello, hello, hello. Fantastic. All right. So, in terms of a more like the legit structure of how to break it down, right? All the essays, I recommend a formula 30%, 70%, right? Means 30% the story, 70% you, right? 30% story, 70% you, right? So for in terms of context of when you start this kind of thing, I don't recommend you start any of these. Only start senior year. Meaning now, if you are a senior now, you should start thinking about this stuff, especially if your schools are doing this. As apps opened up this past week or last week for a lot of schools, so you can start working on it. You have lots of time, by the way. Don't feel pressured at all. There's a lot of time to do what you need to do, right? A lot of people, you hear some people applying like the night before is due, this and that. So it's very doable to do it in a short spurts. I don't recommend that. But there's enough months for you to spread out. So if you haven't started yet, you haven't even know what colleges you're looking at, no worries. I have a few students right now in my coaching programs who still have no clue where they want to apply to, and we're still starting from there right now. And it's not the end of the world yet either for them, right? So you only want to start senior, and here's why. A lot of things happen for you guys in junior year. And if anyone is a senior, you guys can agree, it's junior year, a lot of things happen, right? For whatever reason. Junior year, a lot of things happen, right? So majority of what you might talk about is in junior year itself, right? So that's one, right? If you start any earlier, so here's the issue I had with a student who started like, okay, freshman year, I want to talk about this thing, right? When you have the mentality of you're going to talk about this one thing in your head as a young student, either your brain's very flexible and can change, but majority of people, when you say it's the illusion, I think Coach Justin talked about this of like your reality is what you say it is kind of thing. So if you say, hey, this is my most craziest event that I've done in my life, right? And you're only a ninth grader, right? You're in a sense bottlenecking yourself from any other awesome thing happening to you because you put yourself in that situation as well, too, right? You put, and when you tell yourself, hey, I'm only gonna do this, right? Then you can't do anything else as well, too. If you say, hey, I'm only gonna make it to vice president of this club, you probably are. That's probably your cap as well, too, versus aim super high. That's a concept. One of my mentors, I follow him. He's super funny. He's or funny in a very mean way. His name is Grant Cardone, right? Grant Cardone, he's a businessman. He owns a private jet, really cool. So then his one of his core beliefs and core like business teachings is 10x, right? He's the guy behind the 10x movement. So when you hear the word 10x, it comes from him. Is a big thing. So his whole thing of 10x is whatever your goals are, 10x that goal, and that will be your new goal, right? So shoot for that new goal, right? So because once you shoot for that new goal, right, the steps to take, and like Coach Justin said, right, you have what you want and you break it down, right? I think he talked about the day one. Whatever you want, day one. For you guys to put it in like perspective, high school students, right? Hey, I want an A on my test. What does that mean? To get an A on my test, I probably need to study and know the material, right? What does that mean? Hey, I need to put times out on my calendar to make sure I do study for that test, right? Another example is like, hey, we have a school project, right? It's due next Friday. Okay, what does that mean? Okay, that means okay, we need to get parts A, B, C, and D done. So what does that mean? That means for part A, let's finish it by this Thursday, so we can move on to part B. And you're breaking things down, right? As you break it down, right, you know exactly what to do steps versus like, oh man, that project's big. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, right? Versus breaking things down that way. So when you have a goal, whatever that goal is, right? So we'll put it in the. So yesterday we hosted a private workshop with students about virtual clubs, right? So virtual clubs is a concept that I don't think is an official term. I kind of said it last year when it whole started. So when clubs went online, when clubs died basically in March when schools got shut down, I'm like, we don't want to have a year with no clubs. So what can we do? So I had a bunch of my students convert their ideas and clubs into virtual clubs, meaning, hey, what except for sports, what can you do online that you can't do, right? And for a lot of people, right, there's nothing much really, right? It's the same thing. So I was like, cool, let's go ahead and just move it from a in-person thing online, and here's the tools to make that happen, right? So I had them that, right? So yesterday's so real quick on that, real fast. There's a few awesome clubs that a bunch of my students are doing right now. One created a chess club. It's up to 2,000 people. One person created an online giving club, so like a giving back club. That one's doing awesome. I think we hit 1,000 people. So really, really awesome things there, right? And think about it, right? They're hitting 1,000, 2,000 people. How many people do you guys have your clubs in your school? So that's the wow factor that I like to have my students have on their applications. Like, whoa, you have 2,000 people in your club, and goes, whoa, kind of thing. That's too, right? But going back to the virtual clubs, one of the questions I asked them was, hey, how many people do you want in your club, right? Like, hey, in a year from now, let's work together. How many people do you want in your club? And people say, oh, I want 10. I want 20. I want 30. These like small numbers, right? I'm like, yeah, right? So the first thing I have them do is like, once I have whatever the number is, write that number down. I have them at a 0 at the end. That's literally 10 to Xing it, right? So then so the person who picked 10, now they need 100. Those who wrote 50, now they have 500, right? Then it's all about working backwards, right? Going back to my day one of this whole event, right? You'll see the big theme is working backwards. Where do you want to be in the future, right? Which means what career do you need to get to that goal? Which means what college do you need to get to that career? What high school do you need to go to get to that? What do you need to do in high school to get to that college, right? Same thing with everything here. I'm sharing you the reverse backwards of like, hey, academically, this is what college is looking for. Make sure you have that. This is what activities are looking for. Make sure you have that. Right, so you're working backwards, working smart for everything versus just doing things because it sounds good, it feels good, it's that, right? I think everything should have a purpose of what it is. So I have 10 extra numbers, so 100, 500 was like the range of majority of people, right? I'm like, cool, how are we going to get that, right? How are we going to get 100 people or like 500 people, right? They're like, oh, cool, that means by this day I need this much. I'm like, cool, so how are we going to get that? So we broke down things to get to these different numbers because, right, when you think a higher numbers, you have higher like inputs in, right? Like for example, the amount of work it takes to do a 1-page paper versus the amount it takes to do a 50-page paper are two different efforts, right? But if you had the mentality of doing a 50-page paper, doing a 1-page paper is super, super simple. Does that make sense, everyone? Right? So I have no clue why I brought this up. 10x. No clue. That was a fun thought experience for you guys. If you guys can remind me why I brought this up. But going back to the topic right here, you only want to start senior year there, right? Don't start junior year. Don't start freshman year. Don't start sophomore year. Oh, bottlenecking yourself. That's why, right? You don't want to bottleneck yourself at all, right? You want to basically be open to every single thing. And then so once senior year hits, now you look back, right? Senior year, like this time, like I usually have my students start in June once they finish junior year, right? Look back the past 3 years, what stood out? What was the things, right? And here is how you pick, right? How to pick which essay, what thing to talk about, right? Because you have a lot of things that you're doing. So how do you know which ones to talk about here, right? So how to pick. Right? So here's activity I have all my students do, right? So senior year happens, I'm like, cool, hey, so here's brainstorming, right? What are the top 4 things that affected who you are, meaning meaning, right? There's 4 things, right? It could be life events, it could be activities, it could be identities, it could be whatever, a single, whatever it is, right? That if this never happened to you or you were never this, you'd be a completely different person. That's what that is, right? So let's say what are the things that if I took this away from you, you wouldn't be who you are. And once you have those 4, you rank them as this is the most important thing that if I didn't do this or I didn't have this, I couldn't say that whatever, I would be a completely different person, right? Because again, everything we do is made up of our upbringing, our story, right? Our story kind of changes who we are, right? You have to think back of like, hey, if you took the left versus the right, different things would have happened. If you said yes versus no, different things would have happened in life, right? We can't go back and change things. So based on your route that you went to, right? Talk about it. What route changed the most, right? And you got, I'm sure you guys know like, hey, this is like a big factor as well too. Right, so I'll share a few of mine so you guys can have something to think about, right? So for me, just 4 things I'm thinking back of me in high school right now. One thing is ASB. I got into ASB for student government. Student government. You would not believe a ninth grader. I would be super shy, and I'm just here in front of speaking in front of like a few thousand people. Eventually, a few thousand people who are gonna eventually watch this as well too. So crazy. So ASB definitely changed me, got me more outgoing, all this stuff as well too. The other thing is the boot camp. My dad thought it'd be funny to send me to boot camp for a week. We had to wake up at like insane hours of nighttime. Got yelled at by drill sergeants all day. Got pepper sprayed. I ran, and then those arm thingies, I ran, and those canine dogs bit it and threw me. It was wild. It was super wild. I enjoyed every minute of it. Thinking back, in the moment, it was rough, but thinking back, it was, I think, one of the most fun things I've ever done in my whole life. ASB boot camp, math, right? Math slash my math teacher, right? Always loved math growing up. I was pretty smart. I finished the entire calculus sequence as a junior, and by entire I mean I finished Calc 1, Calc 2, and Calc 3, all at the college level. To the point that the community at that time the community college didn't even have a level after that. So I literally took nothing in senior year because there's nothing else to take there. As I maxed out every single math you can take. I did math every single summer as well too. And I credit a lot of it to my math teacher. My math teacher always pushed me, always like, "Hey, you can do it." At the same time, like brought me down to reality, so I was too big headed with that. He actually motivated me to become a math teacher. So that was the route I was on when I went to Berkeley until I found out that that was not the route I wanted to go down later on. But as a high school student, that's what I want to do. He affected that as well too. And one more. Let me think. I also tutored. That was a big one. Let me add that here as well too. Another thing. I just had it. I brain farted. I'll add her here. Right. I've always worked, right? That's the one thing I've known about myself. I've always worked. I've never not worked before. Well, legal until I legally could work. Even I think when I first started, I didn't even legally work. I started teaching at 14 or tutoring at 14, as well too. I don't think you can tutor that young, but it was all cash. So it was awesome. And then I was always working though, right? I think for me, and that came about because of my parents didn't have a lot. My parents didn't have a lot to help me out. So, and then the minute I was old enough to realize that they couldn't help me out or support me with a lot of things, I always felt guilty when I asked them for like simple stuff. Like, hey, can you buy me a pencil? Can you buy me a backpack? Also, I always felt super, super guilty of asking those stuff. And I just don't, I didn't like that feeling, right? So for what I did, the minute I understood that concept, I figured out ways like, hey, how can I pay for my own things? Right? Hey, my school needs 20 bucks for whatever it is. How am I gonna make that versus asking my parents for that as well, too? So that definitely defined who I was as a person. So the minute I realized I understood that, right? I was like, let's figure out how to make some money. But I couldn't get a normal job because I was too young still. So I was like, what can I do? I'm pretty smart at math. Let me help people with the math test. So it was funny. I was a 14-year-old. I was tutoring community college students. I actually I think I'm a pretty cool teacher. I think people say that. So I started teaching community college students. They paid good money. So then I was able to pay for all my bills and all my expenses as well too. So that's a little quick memory lane. But these like let's say the four main things, right? That affected who I am. So from here, I will think about okay, which one changed me the most? Meaning, if I didn't have this, I'd be a completely different person, right? And then for me, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I think that's probably the biggest thing. I always use like this example, and I would say ASB because it burned me out. I'm more outgoing than because of that, but I felt like that would have come naturally working anyways and tutoring people. Now thinking back, I never really shared the story before, so this is the first time. This is probably kind of cool, right? So let's say, so now thinking back, this is like the most important thing of my entire thing, right? Working and tutoring as well, right? So without me working and tutoring, I'd be a different person. If I just focus only on school, right, I'd be a different person because for example, I would have never learned hard work. I would never learn the concept of money and like once you make money, how to spend, how fast you can spend the money and this and that as well too. So that's a big thing for me. I'd rank these after, right? So from after you have these, you rank them. So rank them, right? So for me, this is the most important to me. Oh, not most important, the most impactful for me. I thinking back again, I think boot camp was another big one. The boot camp was a big one. ASB was another big one. Then last math teacher, right? Boot camp was super awesome. It's a really cool concept. Those if you guys are interested, I think there's a version for your stuff as well too. It's called the Explorer program. If there's parents in here, it's definitely fun to send your kids there. They're gonna hate it, or they might love it. You never know. But the Explorer program trains students who are interested in the law enforcement field as well too. And then that's also how I cranked out 2,000 community service hours. By the way, fun fact about me: there's events every single weekend you can work. So you know when your cities throw events, town fairs or parades or whatever, right? People need to work those events to make sure it's security, right? So I worked so that's my weekends. Every weekend for me, I spent on events. All right. So I did events. That's why I got to see like Orange County. I was like, oh, because I've been sheltered my whole life in Santa Ana and Orange County. I'm like, oh, but then because I worked with the sheriff's department kind of thing, right? I got to visit different parts of the area. And that's when, okay, that's also when I like start pointing them like, wow, these like those of you who know about South OC, South Orange County, very affluent compared to North Orange County kind of thing. So I worked a bunch of events down there and I was like, wow, that's the life I kind of want to live. So then that's kind of how the motivation of me trying to like work to get towards that as well too. But then the Explorer program is awesome. Part of the Explorer program within your first year, you get sent to the academy, right? And then in the academy, it's boot camp. It's boot camp for a full week. I had a white shirt with my last name on here. And then it was fun. Thinking back, it was fun. In the moment, it was really, really tough. But the biggest thing we learned is that so you could quit, right? It's hard. They push you to your physical and mental limit, literally, right? But then and then you hear like bells ringing, which means someone quit the academy. And then during graduation, this is like I have goosebumps right now, right? The drill sergeant, the main one, was telling us how the whole purpose of the event is like literally like life's gonna push you to your physical and mental limits, right? But it's up to you to decide if you want to keep going or not, right? Because what they share with us is that everyone who quit, they did put their hands on the drill sergeants put your hands on the bell thingy, the bell rope thing, but the drill sergeants never made anyone quit. If you quit, it's because you quit. Like you gave up on yourself. And boom, goosebumps. It went crazy. I went crazy. Like, oh man, that was awesome. So then I was like, wow, that's cool. Like I pushed myself through all those things. And then I was like scrawny little kid. I was the littlest kid in the whole group as well. I think they're all like big kids. So I was super proud of myself. And then thinking back, so fun. But back to the assignment though, these are like my 4 orders, right? So once you rank them, here's the purpose of ranking them, right? Depending on the college, right? So depending on the college, depending on not the college, more the application, right? There's schools will ask you several questions, right? Those of you guys who are applying to the common application, if you're applying to the common application, there's one essay, 650 words, right? One essay, and then there's several mini prompts, right? And it varies 200 to 400 words. I don't know. It kind of varies, right? So every school is different there. But for sure, there is one essay that's 650 words. Okay. So with the Common App, you want to talk about this first thing as that main thing, right? That's why I focus a lot of my time on my students brainstorming this first. Because if you have that much conviction of like, yeah, this is my most impactful thing that changed who I am, right? Then writing this will be super simple with that. It won't, if let's say I picked the math teacher one, right? I'd have like, oh, what else can I talk about? What else? But versus like, hey, this literally made me exactly the person I am today, right? Then that's the one essay you want to talk about here, right? Other essays, like I know those who are playing the UCs, the UC essay, the UC essays, the UC, they call it personal insight questions, right? There's 350 words each, right? And for here, the reason why I have you get pick 4 is boom, there are your 4 prompts, right? You find a way to talk about each of these 4 in different prompts as well too. Cool. Does that make sense, everyone? And all the other apps have different variations of this. So definitely keep that in mind. Cool. Any questions so far? Cool. No questions. Fantastic. Yep. So a little last minute things before you wrap up this little section. Hopefully this was a fun one for you as well. So the first one is you want to stay close to. So this is pointers. My section about pointers about the essays, right? So 1, stay close to the maximum word limit as possible, right? So I think Dylan talked about this. She spoke on day 1 as well too, right? You want to stay close to the maximum limit as possible. And here's like there's no real rule, right? I know that apps say minimum this, maximum that. There's no real rule. I've seen people do less and do well, but typically, like statistically, those who do write more. So think about this way, right? Hey, if you are hiring for a job, right, and you're asking somebody, hey, why are you a perfect fit for this company? One person says, because I am. Right. And the other person says, I'm a perfect fit because of A, because of B, because of C. And I can also help you with D. I can help you with E. That's it, right? You can tell us a big difference between those who write little versus those who write a lot, right? So it just looks and it sounds a lot more like you want to share a lot more because the one thing I do keep in mind as well too. So outside of this, right? This is a college app mindset, college essay mindset again too, right? If every single person got a chance to sit down with an admissions officer for unlimited amount of time just to talk about your life and your upbringing and your struggles and everything you went through, your adversities, your obstacles and everything, every single student will get in, right? Everyone probably, if you're like on track to get to that school as well too, right? It's hard not to. The issue with the essay where people do it wrong is while you might have strong everything else, if your essay can't convey it, you don't get it, right? Same thing with like the real world and life as well too, right? You can graduate from the top school in the world, that does not guarantee you any job as well too, right? There's a lot of other little mini stuff that you have to know about. Huge thing is networking, right? You have to know people to try to help open doors for you as well too. It's very hard to cold apply and get anything nowadays. Right now, like, hey, you want to work at so and so? I know somebody. I talk to somebody. Hey, can you help get so and so an interview? Cool, they'll get an interview, right? That's probably all they get you, but then that's better than going through a machine. Because nowadays, right, when you guys apply for big companies or later on in a few years, well, this is right now. It might get wild in a few years, but as of right now, when you guys apply to big companies like Facebook, Google, all these companies, the first person who reads your application, your resume, is not a person anymore. The first person who reads your resume is a robot. Right? A robot reads your applications, right? And so they're looking for specific things on there. Then they move you to round two. That's a human as well too. So it's like there's a lot of things that you gotta keep in mind with that. So imagine knowing somebody who can move you straight to the interview process, right? Get through that robot thing, because a robot you might be an incredible person, but if you can't say what you need to say, I need to sneeze. No, I don't. All right, if you need to say what you need to say, oh, if you're in sneeze right now, then you're good to go, right? So then that's why that is really, really important, right? So one, stay close to the maximum word limit as possible. Next one, no abbreviations. No abbreviations, right? You have to assume the reader knows nothing, especially when you're using context or like verbiage from your school or you're from your area, right? People have no clue what it is. Like I remember I was working with a student a few years ago, and they're like, "Yeah, I grew up in the SGV area." And then I'm like, I know what the SGV, that's the San Gabriel Valley area in like northeast LA, right? I know that area, but the reader might have no clue what that is, right? So you don't want to use any abbreviations. You want to like say what you need to say so the readers know, right? Think of it like a random stranger is picking this up and reading it, and based on that, they should help you yes or no based off that as well too, right? No abbreviation. There's no need for titles. People feel like they're wasting space with titles. No need for titles. For in terms of like editing, right? Each line has to be of value. What I mean by that is I would read a sentence and ask myself, hey, if I took this sentence out, would the whole prompt still make sense? If the answer is yes, you take it out. Then you read and you do the same thing again. That's why for drafts, right? I have students, and here's my editing process, right? I have students brainstorm first, right? Brainstorm their ideas. They get to the 4, right? Then they write, right? And this I have write with no word limit. Right with no word limit. Write as much as you can. The more, the better is what I do, right? With the first edit, I'm looking for answering the questions. The first edit, right? So I'm looking for, are you even answering what you need to answer? Because that's also one of my pointers, right? One of my pointers, answer the questions, right? Meaning every single prompt that you're going to apply to is going to ask you for certain things. People try to be creative and answer in unique ways. No, give them what they're looking for. So readers are looking for specific that. And which brings me to my main point of this section. They're not essays, right? I say essays so people understand what they are. They're all responses, right? Every single thing out there are going to be only like max 650 words. That's only 2 pages, double space kind of thing as well too. So that's really, really short. It's really hard to share your whole life in 2 pages. Does that make sense? So what you're doing is usually responding, right? Think of it as think of it as like a job interview, right? So next one, um, no need for intro, body, conclusion, right? People usually write like, in this response, I'm going to talk about why I am the best person for your university, right? One, I am good, blah, 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 blah. Two, and so get straight to the point. One, I am good because blah, blah, blah. Two, because this. Three, because this. You don't need a conclusion. You don't need to wrap it up. No need to summarize either, right? Getting straight to the point as well, too, right? So going back to jumping around, hope you guys are cool with that, right? Editing process. First, I make sure that you answer the questions. Then I cross in my edit too, cross out anything that doesn't belong. And that's why I mean here, right? Anything that I can take the sentence out and the core message of the prompt stays the same, I keep it there, right? If it changes, then I leave it in, right? But typically I change it until like, and for majority of students, by this step 2, half their prompt goes from double to almost half, which means we probably get close to that word limit as well too, right? And then edit 3 and on, right? It's just tweaking language. That's basically what we do. That's really my process for all of my platinum coaching students. The next few months, that's all we're gonna do work on, right? You're gonna write your prompts out. We're gonna just cross out things and then we'll just start tweaking, right? Because your whole goal is to get the same message in the word limit that you can. That's all it is. So your goal, if your goal is to talk about something in 350 words, our goal is to talk about that in 350 words there as well too, right? But squeezing everything you say in that. Cool. I think that's the main point. Is boom, 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 boom. I think that's it. Any last questions? Quick questions? This has been an awesome session. You guys have been amazing as well too. Fantastic. Cool. That basically wraps it up for responses. It's hard to do a general one because every single essay asks something different. Big thing is answer the prompt, stick to the word limit as much as you can. And I do have another tip, right? When you're asking teachers for help, right? Ask your math or science teacher. Don't ask your English teacher yet, right? You want to ask your math or science teacher first because with these essays or these responses, right, they have strict word limits to each one. So who's the best at getting straight to the point? Your math and science teachers are perfect at getting straight to the point. So you ask them, hey, can you help edit it for content down? Then I would ask your English teacher for grammar, right? Grammar, punctuation, all that fun stuff. But keep in mind that you don't need a perfect grammar thing to be well. That being said, you want to make sure your thing's like readable. So it has to be able to, you can't like struggle reading it as well too. Okay. I think that's it. This has been an awesome thing. We're gonna take a quick 5-minute break. So I can go ahead and grab another cup of coffee. And then we are gonna switch to next topic is letters of recommendation. This is super, super incredible. So letters of recommendation, I'm gonna talk about both the college and expand a little bit into the professional world as well too. Okay, so we'll take a quick 5-minute break. YouTube 5-minute timer. 5-minute timer. Let's do a roller coaster. All right, 5-minute timer, and I'll see you guys.
Go where summer leads you in a Mazda.
I'll see you guys back in 5 minutes.
2020.
Welcome back. My audio went. All right, welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone's doing great again. That was an awesome little break for you guys. Boom. We're moving on to section number 2 today. Session number 2, letters of recommendation. So this one is a big common thing I'm hearing a lot right now, just because seniors are applying now, and then this is the season for and they started the Common App, and that's when they started adding in all these things as well to the letters, asking for the letters of recommendation. So I'll just go ahead and chat about it, and at the end, we'll work through a template together that you can use to help with your application as well too, which I'll explain why. Right. So first off, what are letters of recommendation? What are letters of recommendation? Right. Right. So think about it as this way. So here's the easy way to think about letters of recommendation. Right. So when you guys want to go out for a new food place, new lunch place, dinner, wherever else you want to try a new restaurant, try a new fun place, whatever it is, right? What's the first thing you guys do? Nine, you don't just man like, I'm gonna go to this place, right? The first thing you guys do, that's right, you're gonna check reviews, right? You check the reviews of that place. Hey, is it getting like 1,000 reviews? Is it only getting one? Is there like a 5 stars or like 3-star, 1-star? What's the thing there, right? So with all those there, that's in a sense kind of what letters of recommendations are, right? It's someone vouching for you here in the college admissions process or in the job field, applying as overall the job field as well too. So whatever this applies for is it's basically think of it as a 5-star, hopefully a 5-star review for you as well too. Okay, so the big thing in letters of recommendation. So think of it as a we call it social proof, right? In the world like business and marketing, it's called social proof, right? Someone's proving that you are who you say you are as well too. However, what one important thing to keep in mind, right? The most important thing, if you can walk away with this, is one thing that you're good to go, right? The most important thing is that the readers, right, will assume everything on your application is true, right? Which means the recommender does not need to validate your application. This is the biggest mistake I've seen every single person do. Part of the UC, so the university when I used to read for Berkeley, right? There was a letter of recommendation. It went out to a set amount of people. Not everyone got it, but like a subsection of people who were in the maybe pile got this. So the thing about them is that their recommendation letters usually I see is like, yeah, so and so was a straight A student. They were awesome in my class, right? Stuff like that. And I look at the grades, I'm like, huh, yeah, I can tell they were a straight A student. And yeah, in your class, they got an A. So it's good to go, right? So then there's no need to validate your application. When you guys submit your applications, all schools have this page called like the integrity page where you're saying everything on this application is true. You're not making anything up, nothing's lying, right? So you don't need the recommender to validate or say that what you did is true. I think a lot of people treat it as that, of like this should be a validation of what you did in a validation of what you did in school, but you don't need that, right? So, and plus it doesn't help you in any way. It's basically a waste of space for them to do that too, right? So that's the first major thing to keep in mind, is not they don't need to recommend it. However, right, it should supplement the application, right? What does this mean? So this means that the letter of recommendation done correctly should add more to the application. It doesn't need to validate the application, it's just to add more. Think of it. See, here's a better way to think about it. Think of it as an extra essay section that someone else is writing for you, right? Think of it as an extra essay section, right? And that's that for as a from the letters of recommendation. And I've served on application boards at Berkeley. I've also been on a bunch of scholarship boards as well to determine who the scholarship winners are. And then for law scholarships, I don't think I can say the name of that one, but it's a pretty big one. It's basically one of the full ride ones, scholarships out there. And then they asked for like 3 letters of recommendation, I think. So when I read the application then letters of recommendation, I'm looking for it to tell me more information about the student, right? Because if not, it's the waste of opportunity. So I'm gonna quick backtrack real quick little. If you skip the essay section, you should watch that first. But if you watch this thing in order, right? One thing I do want to say about the essay section real fast about here is that the reason why we do this versus going with the questions first is that when you go with the question first, odds are you're probably going to repeat something twice or say some topic twice, right? You're double dipping. You shouldn't double dip, right? You see, these are 4 different things as well too. Let's say I did 2 of them about ASB, one about winning the ASB election as president, and the other one putting on as one event, right? Even though they're different, they could kind of technically be the same. It's hard to differentiate things unless it's drastically different, right? And for some activities, it's very easy to do that as well too. Even though, like for example, those who are very sports oriented, where like your whole life is one sport, you can break it up into different things, like traveling and injury and like all this stuff, and how everything kind of is all different topics around the same central like idea of a sports though, but you want it as different as possible. The reason why is if 2 things are deemed pretty similar, they're going to count the first one, and the second one, they call it a missed opportunity, right? Meaning you could have done something else here, but you didn't, right? So same thing with the recommendation letter, right? The reason why you're being asked for a letter of recommendation is that you're at that border. If they get to the point of the recommendation, like, oh, you're at that border, they're looking for something to push you into the yes column as well too, right? And if you don't have that thing, then they can probably just keep you like, oh, we were trying to push you in, but there's nothing new, right? So this section should be new information, right? You want to focus on new information that the recommender is writing about you, right? So so that's basically what the purpose of the letter. So you guys know the theory now. Let's spend the next 30 minutes talking about the actual application. How do we make this happen as well too, right? So here is the step-by-step. We'll work through it together, write everything together as well too, so you guys know exactly. I'll tell you my thought process of this, right? So keep in mind that we want to have new information, and it's like an extra essay section, right? And it has to supplement the application. So first thing, right? The first step, right? You do not. So okay, we'll fast. Also, one more. You do not need to pick certain teachers. In that I regard, like people always talk about, do I need to have a science teacher and an English teacher? Do I need this or that? No, you pick whoever makes sense the most for that category, unless they specifically ask for it, right? Some colleges will ask for, hey, we want your counselor, we want your math teacher, and a teacher you're choosing. Right, then you pick your counselor, pick your math teacher, and then whoever you want to pick after that, right? But first, you want to identify who. First step one, identify who is going to be writing this letter for you, right? In terms of identifying who's going to write it, was who who knows you more than just in class is the big one, right? Because depending on how you are in class, it's reflected in your grades, right? So I don't need to know that you were well in the class. I can look, oh, your math teacher, her math class, she got straight A's. She must have done great in that class. I'm assuming, so that's my already my assumption. So if the teacher talks about, oh, she's been great, shows up on time, does math, blah, blah, I'm like, yeah, I already knew that. That's already shown on the application. You want to show new information, right? So basically, it's teachers who know you more than just that. Is there a teacher that you hang out during lunchtime with? Is there a teacher you like going back to help? That's how I identified my teachers. I'm like, huh, for me, there were 2, 3 teachers that I always like want to spend my lunchtimes and afternoons with them. I'm like, hey, you free? Let's hang out, kind of thing. And I don't say hang out, but like, can I just hang out in your room during lunchtime? They're like, yeah, go ahead. We just chat, right? We chat. For me, it was my Avid teacher, Avid leadership teacher, and then my math teachers. Those were 2 guys. I just bounced back and forth about huge role models for me. I always come back and tell maybe you guys literally made me who I am today. So they're super, super awesome individuals. So for me, if I had to go back, I'd ask them, right? Because they know me more than just the school, right? They know me as a person. They know my whole life. They always ask me. It's super funny. My Mr. Ramos, he is my Avid leadership ASB teacher kind of thing. His daughter and my sister are in the same class growing up, so in the same schools too. So it's kind of funny. That's how we got connected right away. But then and he's super young teacher too. That's why, and he's super cool. And he knows my life. He knows my life. He knows my family. He knows we always hang out. So it's like one of those like he knows me more than just a student, right? Same thing with my math teacher. I took his class for 2 years, and then after that, I'm done because he knows no other math higher than that, right? But when I took calculus, guess who I asked for help? I went back to him to ask him for help, and we just hung out, talked about stuff. And then I remember one of my fun stories with him is one day he was like, Tony, I was Anthony in high school. So Anthony, what are you doing tomorrow morning? 7 in the morning. I was like, I'm probably gonna be walking to school. I'm gonna pick you up. Kind of thing. So he drives by, picks me up because there was a soccer game, and I was the tech guy for him. So I helped him set up the soccer game or football game for him in his office. So I was like, it's really people who know me more than just a classroom, right? They know me more than just a grade, right? People who know me. Other teachers, I can't say the same though, right? Other teachers, I'm like, oh, I know you in class. We say hi and bye every once in a while. I hang out in your room because I'm doing something, but it's not like they know me more. So those teachers are for me, my contenders for who knows me best, right? Don't think of it as prestige, right? So I also do enrolled means I took college classes, meaning I could have asked professors, hey, professor of so and so, I know you've written tons of books and you create like huge things in your departments kind of thing, but that's all you have. So it's like there's not much you can tell about me outside of that, right? They'll brag about themselves more than me. And then the whole goal of Resurrect is you want to brag about me. I don't care about you. I care about you, but I don't care about you, right? I want to care about me. And the teachers that can talk a lot about you as a person outside of just the academic stuff, that's who you want to talk about, bring there. Okay. So identify who's to be writing this letter first, right? Then ask ahead of time. And I'm going to capital ahead and ahead, way ahead of time as well too, right? So with this, right? I was like, if I know that I'm gonna apply. So right now, seniors right now who are applying to common application, you'll see that a few years school. Once you add the school, say, hey, you need 2 layers of recommendation. Vivian, I see your question here. I'll answer it real fast as well too. So like for example, that's the common application, right? Very simple. Common applications are one application for like hundreds of schools. You select the schools that you want to apply to first, and it'll tell you, hey, your schools require 2 layers of rec or 3 layers of rec. Then you go into each school and you add in the recommender's name and email. Then they'll send it to the recommender and they'll take over from there. Right. So that's no matter teacher or not, they'll take care of that. Right. But you want to, before you even write the name on there, you want to ask, right? Ask ahead of time. So if you know your app's gonna be due in like December or January for a lot of the common apps, right? Ask now. Hey, Mr. So and so. Hey, Mrs. So and so. Hey, I'm applying. Let's write together. Hey, teacher name, right? Hey, teacher name. I'm applying to XYZ school uh, over the next few months. Would you be able to help write me a strong letter of recommendation? Because why? Right? So a few things here, right? First one, you let them know where you're going to. So I'm going to boom, 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 right? And then let them know. Here's a key one, right? You want to ask them for a strong letter of recommendation, right? Some people just write you a generic one, right? But if you ask for it, you'll get what you want, or they'll say no, then you go move on next person, right? But just ask it, hey, can you write me a really strong letter of recommendation? Just like a fun business tip for you guys who are going to go ahead and run business, right? When I ask for reviews, I ask for, hey, can you write me a 5-star review? Not, hey, can you write me a review? Hey, you think you can give me a strong 5-star review? People are like, yeah. I'm like, thanks, and then blah, blah. But the most important section, though, is why. Why them? This is the key that a lot of people are missing. Hey, write me a letter of rec. And I'm like, okay, kind of thing, right? But this why is a huge thing as well. Because why do you need that letter of rec, right? Or why are you picking them, right? Hey, for me, right? Hey, Mr. Ramos, I'm applying to USC over the next few months. Would you be able to help me write a strong letter of recommendation? Because I know you've seen my personal development and growth over the past few years on top of my like academic excellence as well too. Would you be able to help me out, right? And they'll say yes or no. If they say yes, thank you as well too, right? If they say no, move on next person, right? It's no hard feelings. Maybe they're busy as well, or they don't feel confident enough that they'll help you out as well, right? So and for me, that's why I said no a long time ago when I first started doing all this stuff and students started asking me for letters of rec. I'm like, oh, I said no, not because I didn't want to. For me, I didn't feel confident enough to do it. Right. Eventually, now I'm like, yeah. And then I realized I have a magical letter of rec thing. My past 2 letters of rec resulted in my students getting to med school. So I have a pretty cool track record. Actually, one of my students last year, I rolled letter of rec for got to nursing school too. So I have a pretty good record so far of letters of recs, right? So one, you're gonna ask way ahead of time, right? Next thing you're gonna do, right, is reminders, right? The one thing you gotta keep in mind that everyone is still a human, right? Everyone's a human, and no one is a fully optimized human yet, right? Which means people are gonna forget, people are gonna fall behind, people are gonna procrastinate, right? Very few people don't do any of those things, right? People are always gonna forget. So what I do at the same time, if they give me a yes, right, I will tell them everything, right? You want to tell them the deadline of the application, and you're gonna ask to give updates. Ask to give updates, right? What this means, let's draw together. Awesome. I really appreciate it. So, oops. So the deadline for this letter will be on December 1st. Do you mind? Would it help? Would it help for me to check in once a month on this? check out to check in to remind you once a month. Right? Boom. Right? So what it is so this is they said yes, right? You say, hey, awesome, I really appreciate it. So the deadline for this will be December 1st, right? The deadline, by the way, heads up for you guys. So the deadline for your apps is usually the same deadline as the letter's recommendation. You need to submit your app on time. However, if the recommender is a little late, it's not the end of the world. I know that guaranteed. I submitted a letter late for a student, like by a week, and he still got into the school. So I was like, okay, so it's not end of the world for sure either. But just try to not have it there. I know a lot of kids stress out. I'm like, that's not. You did everything you could. The system sends automatic updates to the teacher as well too, or whoever it is as well too. So you did everything you. All you did everything you can. You can't feel bad about it, right? So at the end, hey, would it help for me to check in? Would it help for you? Would it help you for me to check in to remind you once a month, right? You're asking permission to remind them. If someone asks me, hey, can I remind you? Can I check in you? I'm 100% yes, because this is not an insult. It's like, we know you're busy. I know you're super busy doing a lot of things. Can we remind you? Yeah. Because if not, they wouldn't have done it in the first place, right? And for me, I'm the type that I'm like, I have so much to do kind of thing that like sometimes these small things slip through my mind, or I might have a time where I'm dedicated to doing it, right? But it's not there yet, right? So definitely keep reminding me, like, yeah, I'm still working on it, or hey, yeah, whatever as well too, right? As well here. Cool. And most likely the teacher who you asked for, super nice, not gonna say no to you here, right? So as that, right? Then you remind them, right? Make sure you remind them, hey, he's checking in either through text, email, or in person. Hey, I'm checking in. It's been a month now. Any question, blah, 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 right? And you check in, and as time gets closer and they haven't submitted, and you can tell, by the way, also for letters of recommendation for schools, as a student, you see when your teachers are submitted theirs or not. So that's how you can go in and check, right? An easy way, little hack as well too. You can let them know, hey, the Common App sent me a reminder to remind you if you had to log in the system or remind. They don't do that, but you can teachers don't know that, so you can let them know that like, hey, can Common App set. So you put the blame on someone else, basically. Hey, Common App is asking me to ask you if you got the email, right? Blah blah, and it's like, yeah, oh, I did, yeah, cool, and it's cool. That's it, right? So reminders there, right? But how you make your application super strong, right? At the beginning, you want to give them the application, right? This is the one thing that I teach my students. I think this will help you stand out like crazy, right? Is giving them the actual application. So how I would say is awesome. Cool. So I'm working on my application right now, but once I'm done, can I share it with you? I would really appreciate it if there's no overlap in my application and your letter of recommendation, right? So there's no overlap. What this means is that, hey, if I say I'm a smart kid who's very involved, you can't say that, or you shouldn't, not can't. You shouldn't say that, or that shouldn't be your main message as well, too. Okay, so you want to write different things, and that's the key, right? Because remember, think of it as an extra essay. If you double dip, it's gonna just like be ignored. It has to share new information about yourself as well, too, right? Even better, right? And this part you should come with it once you go. And I think they call it a brag sheet, but I'm gonna call it want to add. Excuse me, a want to add sheet, right? Also, here is a list of things that I would love for you to address in your letter, right? You are telling them. So this is the thing that like a lot of people are scared and weird about, because they're like, hey, it's a letter of recommendation. Why are you telling them what to write? You don't know the stress of being a recommender unless you've been in the recommender role, right? A lot of teachers, I'm sure, I guarantee you, the teachers that you're going to pick to be your recommenders are recommenders for a reason, right? They're awesome. People love them, meaning they're going to get a bunch of requests, especially senior like teachers are expected this every year there. And you can tell like, oh, some teachers, they're going to, every kid's going to ask them for a letter of rec, blah, blah, all this stuff as well too, right? With that many, it's almost impossible to make everything very unique, right? So they're probably going to use the same pretty much cookie cutter recommendation, like, hey, my name is so and so. This has been a pleasure to have in my class. Blah 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 blah. All this like very generic, and they'll add like a little bit of you at the very end, right? But how you fix that is make sure the recommender's job is very easy. The easier you make the recommender's job, the happier they'll be, the better that they'll write for you. Okay, that's the key there, right? The better you give them the prep work, the easier it'll be for them afterwards. Okay, so that's that. So I was like, hey, here's a sheet of this. What do you think? Or can you add this in and check in on them, right? And if you have multiple teachers with this, I would check in. Hey, what part have you did you write? So I can ask my other recommender to talk about the other things, right? Or which one do you want to talk about? So I can talk about the other things as well too. So that is that. And that's basically the whole process. Check in with them, make sure they get submitted. And that's all you can do as well too. Your whole goal is to make this different and unique to be an add-on, right? And then afterwards, right? Afterwards, you want to thank them, right? Thank them depending on your budget. Get them their favorite gift card, Starbucks or whatever they like as well too. Get them a favorite gift card if you can afford that. If not, a letter, right? Literally handwritten letters are my favorites as well too. I've been doing it for years and years. I've received every type of gift in the world, and my favorites still are like the handwritten letters of like the thank yous and stuff for that as well too. So it doesn't have to be super bougie, right? It'll be a nice teacher who will definitely appreciate it, but basically make sure they appreciate, thank them, keep them, and also keep them updated as well too, right? Teachers is now they're part of your team now as well too. They're helping you with this process, so they know that like, hey, we're in it together. I'm partly now responsible for you getting in or you not getting in as well. So let's keep it that. So every time I write a letter for one of my students, I'm like, I'm hoping you get in too, because if you get in, I had a pretty bomb letter as well too, especially with schools with there's only one letter for them, like med schools. Man, oh man, my letters were so wild. And they all got in so far. So I'm super, super pumped for that as well. So yeah, and this is the form that I follow, by the way. Like as me, so you guys know my trick. I just ask him for this. I ask him, hey, give me your application. Hey, what do you want me to write about for you? What haven't you talked about yet? And then based off that, I just draft a letter based on that exactly too. I don't really sound formal in my letters of rec. I just say, hey, this is Coach Tony. And I've known so and so, my whole structure from mine, by the way, so you guys know. Hey, I know the student from here, and talk about like how I know the student. And then the next few paragraphs, I talk literally what the student wants to talk about. Can you talk about this, and something? Yeah. I had the pleasure of knowing that's blah, 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 and then talk about all they want to talk about. And I make sure strategically not to add anything from their application. So if they already added that in their activities or anything, I don't include that in mine because there's no need to, right? But if they need to talk about something more, like I say, the blurb that you get didn't have enough space for it. And then, hey, can you also add on that I did XYZ? 100%. Hey, on top of all the amazing stuff that they did in lacrosse, I know they just played. Oh, this is also awesome. If this is like recent as well too, right? I know they just placed first in the state, blah 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 blah, whatever it is, right? And boom. So basically, I'm adding new information that was already submitted by the application itself. Right. That's why for a lot of applications, I don't wait to the very end. I submit a little earlier so you don't risk your app not going through there. But Yeah, that's my ultimate cheat sheet for letters of recommendation. This applies also to the real world when you guys are applying for internships. This applies to anything, right? Whoever's writing your letter of recommendation, follow the exact structure, and you should be good to go as well. Cool, cool. We'll open up for Q&A, and we will after this, by the way, the amazing Coach Justin is gonna jump on. He's gonna do his finale chat for this event. Question: If there are two teachers who knows exactly the same, but teacher one has taught for 1 year, teacher two have taught for 8 years, who is the better person to ask? Super awesome question. So it all depends, right? So it depends on what. So one, keep in mind, you rarely only have one letter of rec. You usually have two or three, right? So then you could ask both. My options: ask both if there's people who stand out to you, right? Two people. Another one is who knows you more, right? So if you had, those games where like who like the those games, those little games where you learn about people's backgrounds and histories and stuff like that. Like who would know you more? That would usually be a better indicator as well too. But that doesn't really matter as much as long as you have the rest of this, right? The rest of tell them exactly what to write. For me, again, it depends, right? If you connected really well with that one teacher for 1 year who knows you really well, that might trump the one who knows you 8 years. But the benefit of the 8 years is that, hey, I know you for a long time. They've seen you grow over the past 8 years as well too. So again, it take a lot of different directions all on you. I would say if you have two, pick two. If it's only get one, I would pick who can tell you more outside of your application. So if your application says ABC, which one can have the most impact added on top of that? That tells a kind of different side of you, right? Because a lot of your applications are really academically focused, right? So I usually I usually don't have teachers do mine because academically I can show I'm good, right? Or if you're not good in school, you can have a teacher who can talk about how well you could do in school, but because of XYZ reasons, right? So there's lots of ways to think about it as well too. My whole thing is if you follow this structure, right, it does kind of matter who you pick as well. The best thing is you do want to pick someone who does know you more outside of the application, right? Outside the application, who knows you more? Like after you give those two teachers your applications, who can say on top of their head more things about you? And that's who you want to ask for your letters of rec from. Cool. I have a few questions about like how many. So it all depends on the schools, right? So if you look at, just look up whatever school you're looking for, and it'll tell you like, hey, this school requires two recs, right? This school requires two optional three, which means do all three, right? The more is always the better as well too. And same thing, when you have multiple teachers, make sure they're all saying different things also. So whatever you ask them to talk about, either you specifically give each person different things to talk about, or give the first teacher, hey, what do you want to talk about? Okay, cool. Don't talk about the other two because I'm gonna ask someone else, and give the other two teacher, hey, what you can talk about? Cool. This last thing, hey, can you talk about this for me? Right. So it all depends. So make sure they all are saying stuff for you, right? So you're strategically making your app perfect this way as well too. Cool. Alrighty, I think that's a wrap for my section. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Seniors, you guys get ready for that as well too. We're gonna do a quick 5-minute timer one more time, and then Coach Justin should be here by then, and we'll start his Super Mario World. We can start his presentation afterwards.
Corporate payments provide you both faster innovation as well as powerful,
Ads.
scalable solutions.
All right, see you guys in a bit.
time. Woohoo! Well, that was sure fun. I had a great time.
All righty. Can everybody hear me? I hope you can hear me and lights look on. Fantastic. Well, oh no, my video died. Hold on, give me a second. My video died. Give me 2 seconds, friends. I'll fix it real fast. Nope. I cannot fix it real fast. So I'll be an audio voice right now. But without further ado, I'm super pumped to introduce your next speaker, the one and only Coach Justin.
What's up, everybody? Coach Justin, yet again for a third amazing day. Before we get started, please list your successes from this seminar so far. List your successes. As those of you who know, I like to keep you guys very active. I like you guys being engaged instead of sitting down being lectured to. So write down successes. I'm gonna give you guys 2 minutes to think. What have you gotten out of the seminar? What do you enjoyed the most out of it? What do you think is going to change your life? Just throwing out ideas for you.
Hello. I'm back. All right, I'm back. We have a few students who love the presentation so far today. We had a few returns. They really loved your thing yesterday as well too. So they're super excited for you to come back. There's someone like the money talk we did yesterday as well too.
I love it. I love it. Excellent. So guys, today we're going to talk about communication. Okay. And then we're going to talk about celebrating your small wins. We're going to talk about dealing with problems. Okay. Some of you guys have friends that just complain, like they come to you and just complain. We're going to tackle that as well. We're going to talk about your branding today. And then we're going to end today's session with talking about an interview. Everybody's going to college for a reason, not just to have a paper on their wall, but to get the job of their dreams. So we're going to talk about being interviewed. Okay. So guys, when we communicate, okay, it's more than just the way the message you're saying, what you're delivering. It's your body message. For those of you guys who see me talking, you see my hands just going everywhere like fireworks versus like this. Hello, hi, I'm Justin. I hope everybody's having a great day. See, I can't even prevent my hands from staying still. When you guys are talking to a group, do not put your hands in your pocket. Okay, really emphasize. So if you're talking about something big, have your hands go big. If you're talking about something small, bring it down a little bit. So that's using your body language. Everybody write that in your notes. The top of your notes, write communication. So we communicate with 3 aspects. So 1, everybody write body language. Number 2, with your eyes. So if I'm looking over here, I'm talking to you guys, you're not engaged with me. You're going to lose me. We're not going to stay connected together. So everybody under body language, right? Communicate with your eyes. Whoa. Yes. Okay. Let your eyes show how you feel. Okay. Make sure you're looking at the person you're talking to. And what's so funny is a lot of classes are via Zoom now. A lot of presentations are via Zoom. You can really look at your camera to engage to your audience versus just looking at your notes versus looking off to the side or reading a teleprompter while you're talking to your group. Okay. So everybody, right? Communicate with your eyes. Who knows the third and final aspect I'm going to talk about for communication? Type it in the chat. Awesome video. Love the life lessons. I love it. I love it. Very important. And Coach Tony, if they write on your end, just let me know. So we communicate 3 ways. Our eyes, body language. What's the third? Who has it?
Someone said words.
Close. So mine is our message. How else? I can give you guys a hint. When I'm angry, when people are angry, they tend to yell. When they're shy, they tend to whisper. So what could that be?
Someone said volume.
Volume. There it is. There it is. So guys, I'm gonna give you guys the worst example ever. Don't fall asleep. Tone, yes. Stay with me, okay, guys? Hello, everybody. My name is Coach Justin. Today, I'm gonna talk about leadership. Are you guys with me? Like, is that exciting? Like, imagine me going for 1 hour without changing my tone. Then notice my hands move with my tone as well. I'm engaging with you guys. So guys, in order to persuade ourselves, on Monday, you guys had a speaker that said that applying to colleges, they care about your story. So you really got to use your tone, use your volume, your body language, really emphasize your lessons, okay? So communicate. Now, with those 3 things, we're going to use that to meet people. Okay, one of the funnest things in life we can do is meet people. I met Tony. Coach Tony is super awesome. Okay, so if I'm wanting to introduce myself to somebody, okay, of course, coming out of my comfort zone is the introduction. Okay, the way I'm going to find an introduction is by finding a common ground. Okay, something as simple as like a blue shirt, like, hey, we have blue shirts. Hey, I'm Coach Justin. What's your name? Going in for that introduction. Now, finding common grounds is just find something that's like if the game is going on, if like a drink, whatever they're doing, if it's math, hey, how is that math test for you? Oh, great. I got a great grade as well. My name's Coach Justin. Does everybody, are you guys with me so far? Everybody type yes. Okay. So going up to somebody and say, I got the best grade in the class. That's going to be a turnoff. Okay. You're just talking about yourself. So my goal when I meet somebody is to find out what they enjoy, to find a common ground. Next, I got to make them like me. I got to show them that I care, like I really care about what they're talking about or what they have to say. So when you guys meet somebody and you're finding that common ground, okay, hey, how did you do on the test? If they didn't do well, you're not going to talk about how amazing you did, but you're like, you know what? That's awesome because I did pretty well. Maybe I can assist you on a part of the test that was hard. Or if we both did horrible, you know what? I heard about this tutor or this. If you guys understand, finding that common ground to get the conversation going. Does that make sense so far? And then the third thing, you guys show them that you care. You know what? I promise you, like if we keep working together, we can really increase our grades. So that was just an example. Okay. So whatever it is you guys are talking about. So my best example is meeting Coach Tony and him inviting me to do this event with you guys. Coach Tony introduced himself to me and what he wants to do. He wants to change the lives of teenagers by helping them get to the college of their choice. I want to help teenagers by helping them overcome that wall, that barrier. Okay. So, hey, Tony, I want to change the lives of thousands of students, and so do you. That's awesome that you help kids get into the schools of their choice. Maybe I can join in with you guys and help them break their mental barrier that prevents them from getting in the school of their choice. So everybody write this down, okay? And again, networking, write that down under communication. So you communicate with your eyes, volume, and body language, okay? Meeting people, another word for that is networking, one of the most important things you guys can do in life. If you guys want to be a doctor, network, find other doctors. If you want to be a lawyer, find other lawyers. You want to go to the school of your choice, find people like Tony, Coach Tony. That's networking. Okay. Excellent. So the three things, you're going to talk to relate. Okay. You're going to find a common ground. You're going to make them like you. Okay. Coach Tony would never invite me here if I'm a horrible person, if he doesn't like me. Okay. And then most importantly, I have to let them know that I care. Does that make sense? Everybody's good? Excellent. Excellent. So now, earlier today, I asked you guys to share your success with this course so far. I'm going to take this a step further. I'm going to give everybody 2 minutes. I want you guys to write a personal success that you've had personally, okay? It could be within this week, within this summer, within this year, okay? What is a personal success that you've had recently, okay? 2 minutes on the clock. And for those who want to share, feel free to type it in the module, in the comments. One minute, 30 seconds, my friends.
We have a few wins on the other side. One win, they just finished their summer class with an A. Someone finished a internship position this past week. And then someone starting school. That's a win for them. For they're back in session.
Hey, you know what? That could be a huge win because just a year ago, we're all virtual. So hopefully they're going in. Vivian, give me a win. What win do you have? Wins do you have? All right, so guys, with that being said, one of the key things that I do is celebrate my wins every single Friday. Okay, you guys are probably going through one of the hardest age groups. Okay, probably second hardest. First one is when you're becoming a parent and you're in that age group. And now you're not just responsible for your own life, you're responsible for another life. Okay. Vivian went to in-person training. Awesome. So, guys, celebrating your success is going to help keep you a positive individual. The one thing that I cannot stress enough is if you are thriving on negative energy, you're going to get what you expect. Okay? I'm going to apply for this school. I'm going to sign for Coach Tony's event. I'm going to do all these things to make my parents feel great, but I don't think I'm going to get in. If you don't think you're going to get in, 8 out of 10, you're not going to get in. Okay. But if you set your goals high, if you're like, you know what, I got this, I'm doing all these great things, I'm winning, you are more likely to achieve happiness, like internal happiness. Now, with that being said, you're going to have people around you. Sorry about that. You're going to have people around you that you're going to outgrow. Everybody write this in your notes, my top 5. Okay. As you continue to invest in yourself, as you continue to realize that your potential is great, you're very happy, other people are going to want to keep you down at the level you were previously. And that's the level of what can we complain about today? Okay. I'm not saying you have to cut off your friends. I'm not saying you have to cut off family members, but there will be a point where you're going to have to focus on your top 5. Now, with that being said, one of my top 5 that I try to keep a rule for is if I'm the smartest person in my group, I'm in the wrong group. So I want everybody to also write that in your notes. If you're the smartest person, if you're the most successful person, if you're the most happiest, I'm just throwing ideas out there for you. If you're the smartest person in your group, you're in the wrong group. And again, I'm not saying you have to lose your friends. I'm not saying that you have to cut them out, but I'm saying like that can't be the people you're surrounding yourself around 24/7, because you're going to see yourself stagnant. And then when they complain, you're going to start hearing yourself complain. And then you're wondering why. Why am I complaining so much? Because you haven't broke your group. You got to get out of that group. Find people that are doing better than you. Okay? So, again, write down a goal that you have for yourself. And I know some people that were here yesterday, you guys did this. I want you guys to do this again. What is your top 3 goals? Top 3 goals that you have for yourself. Now, I hope you guys start to see a pattern. Every session, Coach Justin's telling me to write my goals down. Every session, Coach Justin's telling me to celebrate my successes. But aren't I supposed to expect other people to be happy for me? It starts with you. You have to be happy first. So once you guys are finished, I want a few people to write down their top 3 goals in the chat. Let's hear it. Put it out into the universe.
Someone's asking goals in terms of like right away or like long-term goals.
It could, let's try to keep it within the year, within 3 years. How about that? Short to medium term.
A few I'm seeing from the other group. I see one get into like a bunch of get into X schools, like different schools. I'm seeing do well in this AP class, launch my nonprofit. One is find a better paying job for like work wise as well too.
Excellent. So guys, when you guys set your goals, okay, yes, I want to get into this school right here, but make sure you're not setting a goal that's like bare minimum, okay? For example, I don't know the list of schools in order for which one's more prestige. I don't even think that really matters. But on top of getting into that one school you think you may get into, you may not get into. Try to set a goal that's even higher than that, and really set your goals higher than what you expect. So one thing that I do, and I believe Coach Tony does this as well, is for our businesses, we have to set goals for our businesses. Now, if this is just an example, if Tony wanted 50 new students in his program, he's not setting his goals for 50 students. He's setting his goals for 70 to 100 students. So when you guys set your goals higher than what you really want in life, you're going to realize that that goal that the original mindset of what you wanted is going to be surpassed. And it's going to be surpassed way too easy. So that goes hand in hand with staying positive, staying hungry, staying wanting more. Because if you guys just settle for just that average, that ceiling goal, then if you don't get that goal, then what do you have? Like probably something less. But if you set your goals higher and you don't achieve that high ceiling, at least you're going to surpass what you got. Okay. Now, with the thing that you want, okay, one of the books I want you guys to all read is by Simon Sinek called Start With Why. Coach Tony, are you able to type that in under my screen? Start With Why by Simon Sinek. Now, everybody, in your notes, we're doing a lot of writing today. Write branding, right? Under that, what is my brand? Okay. And before we get to the next drill, I'm going to define brand and give you guys an example. Okay. I'm Coach Justin, the youth leadership expert. That is my brand. I want everybody to know in every aspect of my life that I want to impact teenagers' lives in a positive way. I want to change the lives of as many teenagers as possible. So when you go to my social media page, my personal page, everything is very positive. Everything is surrounded by influencing teenagers in a positive way. So I'm going to give you guys 4 minutes, okay, to write down what you want your brand to be, okay? Even if you're not an entrepreneur. For the one that said that they want to launch their nonprofit, what's your brand? What, like, if they hear your nonprofit's name, what do they instantly think, feel, see? 4 minutes. Feel free to write it in the chat if you are open to share. The more you share, the more action taker you are becoming. Take action, my friends. Coach Tony, can you ask the person who's doing the nonprofit if they feel like sharing what their nonprofit's about? And we can use him as an example. And maybe you can get a lot out of this.
You got it. Give me a second.
Perfect. So I'm going to read Coach Tony's brand, and I love it so much. I really wish I met Coach Tony when I was going through the college admissions process. So Coach Tony's brand is to give high school families the unfair advantage. When I was applying for college, I really did feel like it was an unfair advantage for others. I thought I didn't know the process. So having Coach Tony in my corner would be perfect. So Vivian's brand is to help people achieve their own dreams. I love it. I love it.
So the nonprofit is to help like the homeless community in her area.
All right, can you? So, there's gonna be a lot of back and forth.
No worries.
So I do apologize in advance.
Yeah, no worries.
But how does
Okay,
she
on.
want? How does he or she want to help the homeless community?
Yeah, so she wrote also like they're creating like a meal program to help the homeless community as one. That's like the first steps that they're doing right now to create like meals. Um, yeah, that's what she said so far.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. So, what's that person's name so I can call them by their name?
Yes, Julia.
And everybody in the chat, I want you to see how I really break down this nonprofit so that way they can really stand out. That way they can really be able to change the lives of many versus just one or two, because your brand is extremely important. So, Coach Tony, if you know that person's name and what do they want the nonprofit's name to be? And while we're waiting for them, guys, your brand is important whether you're going to start a nonprofit, a business, or just do extremely well. You need people to know who you are. So when you apply for that job you eventually want to get, you're going to have to stand out over all the other highly successful people going for that job as well. Okay? Because you guys are all above average. You guys are going to apply for an average job. You're going to apply for a job where everybody went to college. You're going to apply for a job where everybody is going for it. So what makes you stand out? So Coach Tony, perfect.
I'm here. It looks like she bounced off, but in the same time, someone else jumped in because they were talking about nonprofit. So he would wants help with his launching his. He's also like, I think this is perfect timing for him. Also, super brand new, not sure where to go yet. His name is Eduardo. He wants to create like a free tutoring program for his elementary school.
Tutoring. So now, with Eduardo's brand, he wants to help tutor kids in elementary school. Now, I know my son has a speech impediment, and where he gets, so learning is a bit slower for him. So Eduardo can specifically name out, does he want to help with English? Does he want to help out with math, speaking? So really identifying specifically what he wants to help out with is the first step. Now, he can do all the above where he's just hiring a bunch of different coaches to help out. So can you ask Eduardo what?
Yeah, he responded. He was thinking all the above, but he asked like, what do you think about like should he specialize or not? Also, but I think he was originally planning to do everything.
So going back to my speech yesterday, Eduardo, I don't know if you're here, but a term called interdependent. So if you want to do everything, you cannot rely on yourself. You're going to have to hire people that are smarter than you, which is very, very doable, very easy. $10 an hour, $12 an hour. You can hire someone who specializes in math, which your friends, if they're doing well, you can hire them as well. You're going to hire people that specializes in reading or writing, especially since it's elementary school ages. So at the end of the day, the route you pick is irrelevant. Now, what is the name that you're thinking for this nonprofit? What's the brand? What's the name?
He hasn't thought that far yet. His whole thing is he comes from a very low income community. So then he would like to like give back to them as well too.
Excellent, excellent. So guys, I'm gonna give you guys an example of a brand, one of my company's brands. Okay, Prestige is my martial arts school that I own that's been in business for 7 years. Our goal is to push students to be their absolute best. So when you think about the name Prestige, right away, like the highest level, the highest form of success. You don't have to be prestige when you come in, but my goal is having the mindset of being prestige every single day you come to class. So Eduardo, when you think about the people in your community, okay, what do they not have? Where do you see them? Where do you want them to be? That's how you're going to come up with your business name, okay, versus Eduardo's tutoring program, which there's so many different tutoring programs in your area, okay? Think about the outcome of where you want your students and come up with a name that people can hear the name and know exactly what they're going to get out of it, okay? Does that make sense? Type in yes.
Yeah, he says yes. He says he's from Bellflower, so he's close to where I'm at,
Mhm.
Bellflower area. So he's like Bellflower tutoring or Bellflower elementary tutoring.
Excellent. So that's great. And Coach Tony, we have a coach that says add your city with what you're doing as well. I would probably dive in a little bit more. Like, what do I want? Like, teach your child to read as easy as 1, 2, 3 Academy, something like that. Or need help in math, something along those lines. Okay.
I like. I'm jumping real quick as well. I think that when we talk about our own personal companies as well too. Like for me, my school is called Premier Youth Sports. Same thing. We want to have like the best of the best. Same thing with
Mhm.
Prestige. Premier is like the people know us Premier. So everyone in our area calls us the Premier. Or also logo wise, we're also the word best is on our. It's like a huge thing in our logo. So people
Mhm.
just refer us as best, which is always amazing.
Yes, yes. And people don't look at that as cocky. They look at that as like, wow, that's the best martial arts school around. I want to sign up there. Okay. So something along that. So guys, your brand is so important. So now breaking down our brand, everybody under the brand, and what I'm gonna go through, I definitely got from the book Start with Why by Simon Sinek, and I love this book. This book really helped me improve my sales, improve my business. So definitely read it. But everybody, we're gonna turn the page. When we sell a product, when we promote our tutoring company, okay, we need to start with why. Okay, why? What's your passion? Everybody, write. Start with why. Okay. So when you come up with your brand, when you come up with who is Vivian, who is Coach Tony, who is Coach Justin, who is Eduardo, what do we care about most? What do we want to do in life? That is our why. Okay. So everybody make sure you write that. Underneath, what is your why? You're going to write how. What makes you different than everybody else? So if I was Eduardo and I was tutoring everything, we hire teachers to tutor our kids. So the same teachers that are grading your kids are the tutors in our program. That's what makes us different than everybody else. That is the how. How are you doing things differently? Okay. Are you shopping at the mall or are you Amazon? Are you able to go online and buy things? How is Amazon doing things differently than everybody else? And then last is the what. Okay. What for one of my businesses is martial arts. What for Eduardo is tutoring. Okay. The what for Vivian is social media. Okay. Is everybody with me? Everyone's good? Type in yes, exclamation mark. Yep, just like Coach Tony. Everybody type in yes.
We have Jennifer with yes, Cynthia yes, Sudha yes as well.
Excellent, excellent. So now we're going to straight into the interview process for the jobs that you want. The last 3 weeks, I've interviewed I'd say 25 to 30 people for a sales position that's full time. They get commission as well. It's a high paying job, and I have selected a rock star. So I'm going to tell you what we look for in order to hire one person out of 30 people and what makes them stand out. But before we do, I want you guys to write down what future jobs do you want? Even if you're an entrepreneur, okay? Write down what's that field. What field of business you want to be in? What field of work do you want to do?
We have dentists, lawyer, doctors, computer programmers, engineers, different types of engineers, computers, mechanical, teachers, accountants as well.
Yep. Vivian, you're absolutely correct. Your whatever you write down today is not going to define you. It's not permanent. You're always going to change. Matter of fact, I see the most career changes in junior year of college. I don't know about you, Coach Tony, but most people that I saw personally change what they want to do their junior year. I don't know what made that year different. So one that said they want to do dentistry. I used to work for Heartland Dental, which is the biggest dental office in America. Literally like a very huge practice. Okay, that they own Nybauer. I don't know if you guys have Nybauer on the West Coast, but Heartland Dental was who I worked for before I left and opened my own company. So the first aspect is, of course, applying for the job. Now, are you going to be the average person who applies for the job and then sits and waits? Type in the chat, yes, no, and if you say yes, what are you doing next? I'm curious.
Can you say it one more time?
Of course, sorry for going too fast. So the first step to get a job that you want is to apply. So my question for you is, after you apply for the job, are you the type to sit down and wait to hear back? And if the answer is no, then what are your action steps?
We
So
have a
once again,
few I don't knows because they're a lot of some are too young to do a job, so they're not sure. One says yes, wait. The other person says no. They're going to email the job person. Yeah, so a mix of answers all over the place.
excellent. So the ones that said they're too young and they don't know, change your mindset, okay? Don't let I'm too young be a blocker from you achieving or even participating, okay? So even if you're 12 years old or 13 years old, not old enough to get a job, hypothetically, if you're 14 with a worker's permit, what would you do if you had the opportunity to get a job? And for those that said you don't know, that's why you're here. That's why you guys hire a coach. So when I go through job people who apply, okay, I go through the different applications, and if you not call me or email me, then you're just one in a million. There's nothing that really makes you stand out. Mine is how well you follow the directions. Mine is how well your application is put together. Okay. But a lot of you guys are coming straight out of school, so you won't have that much information to back it up, to back up your resume, to beef up your resume. So everybody write apply and call. So for example, if I applied for Coach Tony's premiere, I'm going to call him, hey, may I please speak with the manager? Yes, my name is Justin Latton. I just applied for the position and I just want to see or check the status of my application. And then if he says, oh, they're still going through it, guess what? Now when Coach Tony goes through all the application, Justin's going to stand out to him. Coach Tony, how do you feel about that? What are your thoughts on that?
I love it. I think we're also hiring. We're not stop hiring. We're always growing. So it's super awesome. We're actually in the middle. We just hired 2 new rock stars today as well too. A new coach and a new dance instructor as well too. So I think they're all you try to stand out, going above and beyond. I think if someone did that and say, hey, I'm so and so, which we've had as well too, we do when we get to their file. Oh, that's the person that called me.
Exactly. So guys, this information I'm giving you right now is gold. You need to stand out from the rest. You got to get out of that rat race. You got to really stand out. So you can email, but I'm going to really come out of my comfort zone to call the company. I want them to hear the passion I have. I want them to hear my excitement, hear my positivity, which is what we talked about earlier. Thank you so much, sir or ma'am. I really appreciate the opportunity. Please let me know if there's anything that I can do to better stand out from the competition. I probably won't say that, but to better stand out. is what I would say. I want them to know I'm reliable. I want them to know I go above and beyond the expectations. You're expected to apply. Go above and beyond, okay? My very first job at the age of 15 was at Starbucks. I applied and then I showed up. I had my mom drive me to that Starbucks. And she stayed in the car. I asked to speak to a manager. Hey, I'm Justin. And I was probably one of the youngest people they've ever hired. I know nowadays they don't hire 15-year-olds at Starbucks. I believe it's 16 now. But that was my very first job, was at Starbucks at the age of 15. Okay. So next, okay, if you make it to the phone interview, this is so important. Okay. Call. Naturally, they have you call in versus them calling you. If that is the case, everybody write in your notes, call 5 minutes ahead of time. You do not want to call too early because you have to respect their time. So I don't recommend calling 10 to 15 minutes earlier. I think 5 minutes is that sweet spot because it gives them time to set up, to finish whatever they're doing. But if you're calling with 4 minutes to spare, I don't like it. 6 to 5 minutes max is the earliest. All right, everybody got it? Everybody got it? And to back up really, really fast, okay? For the applying part, make sure you read the job description from top to bottom because somewhere in there, they're going to ask you to do something. Okay. For example, for my sales and management and admin positions for my companies in there, and it's not like big so you can see it. I want to see how well you can follow the instructions. Okay. So it's email me 2 copies of your resume. So when people apply, I then go to their my email to see if they emailed me their resume on top of just attaching their resume to Indeed or something like that. So everybody write where you apply, comma, follow the instructions.
I'll jump in real quick. I think that's the single thing that has weirded out the most people, just those simple things. All right. So, and every step of the way, there is very small, simple instructions that we also add in our hiring system. Hey, bring 2 copies of resume, wear a white collared shirt. Very simple things. Like if they can't follow basic directions, how can we expect them to do like the harder tasks, anyways?
Guys, Coach Tony is in California. I'm in Virginia. And we're saying the same things. We did not talk about this ahead of time. So write this in your notes. Read the entire description. Follow the instructions to the T because there will be something in there that's going to try to make you stand out from everybody else. Okay? So usually there's 2 interviews. There's a phone interview and an in-person interview. And these are for bigger jobs. Probably not like your smaller jobs that you work at while you're in college. But for like internships, for bigger jobs, there's more steps before they actually hire you. Now, when you show up for the in-person interview, everybody show up about 10 minutes early. If you show up right on time, you're not a rock star employee. You're average. If you call right on time, you're not a rock star. You're average. So the phone interview, call 5 minutes early. The in-person interview, show up 10 minutes early. Never show up right on time. Write that in your notes, underline it, bold it, circle it. If you're going to be a lawyer, if you're going to be a doctor, these are very important for you. These people are busy. They need to know that they can rely on you 100%. Okay? And then, Coach Tony, tell me if you had this happen before. I will interview somebody and they're like, excellent, but before I get the job, I'm going to need the week of the 5th off. I'm going to need, oh, wait, I have a girl trip coming up. I need that week off as well. By the way, can I have Mondays off? I just hired a Monday through Friday position and they were asking for Mondays off right away. Coach Tony, have you got that?
100%. I think people find ways to disqualify themselves all the time during the interview process.
you will, Coach Tony said it best, you will disqualify yourself right away if you ask for days off during your interview process. Okay. If you really want this job, you're going to, 9 out of 10, they're giving you the hours already. They're giving you the time, the days. So if you cannot do those days and times, don't apply for the job. Okay. So recap the interview process. Okay. You have to apply and follow the instructions. You have to make sure you call 5 minutes at a time. You have to show up, get noticed. Okay. Show up. Hey, just check in to check the status of my application. And guys, this process, that waiting process, may seem forever. It may seem like they just skipped over you. It may seem like you didn't get a job. One of my friends who's not in my top 5, but I keep other friends very close, applied for a teaching position. And before even, she got the second interview, she was like, oh, I didn't get the job. No one told her she didn't get the job, but they didn't call her. They didn't follow through. An above average person would just show up. Hey, I'm Coach Justin. I'm just here to check on the status. Is there anything you guys need me to do? I'm extremely happy to do it. Or just give it a call. And you're going to have to do it over and over and over. Not every single day, but maybe once a week. It's keep going until you get a definite yes or a definite no. You cannot assume that they don't like you. You have to assume that they're busy, which is why they're hiring for that position. Okay? So your brand, going back to our brand, that's what makes you stand out. Having your brand identified, knowing that I'm a very outgoing person, knowing that I'm a very positive person, I'm great with social media. Knowing your brand is going to help you with the interview process. Now, some questions that we ask during the interview that you may hear from time to time, I want you guys to write this down. Questions during the interview that may or may not come up, but most of the time they come up. Okay? Give an example that you have relied on. Okay? You have to know these answers. Don't go, oh man, now they're like, okay, you can't rely on this person. Okay. The next question, what are your strengths? What's your brand, in other words? Okay. So write that down. What's your strengths? Also, what is your weakness? Okay. It's okay to be vulnerable with that question. Okay. As long as you add that, you know what, I'm willing to improve and grow on that aspect. Okay. Nobody expects you to be perfect. Okay. I'm extremely organized. I'm extremely positive. But when it comes to talking in public and speaking on a stage, that's definitely my weak point. But I'm definitely willing to work on it and improve on it to be the best for this position. Okay. And then, is there anything preventing you from working your full hours? Guys, you see the hours at a time. Say no. Say you'll be able to work those hours. Easy. Okay. So with that being said, we've talked about all the positivity that you need to be highly successful, which can make you feel like a robot sometimes. But now I'm going to talk to you guys about how I deal with challenges, frustration, stress that comes up. Okay. Because we're all human. Okay. I feel like I grew to my, the quickest when I realized it was okay to be vulnerable with my emotions. Okay. So before that, I'm always walking around like I'm the happiest guy in the world. Nothing can bring me down. And you're just holding it. You're holding it. You're keeping it tight until it eventually explodes. Okay. So with that being said, okay, everybody write in your notes, dealing with challenges. The first thing you guys want to do is avoid negative Nancy's. Okay. And if your name is Nancy in this group, I'm not talking about you. We love our Nancy's. You guys are awesome. But avoid negative people. Okay. So I'm gonna put this on pause and I'm gonna answer Vivian's question. So Vivian asks, how should we approach a question we don't necessarily know how to answer? Okay. So most questions, it's not like they're asking like rocket science questions. A lot of them is really just to find out who you are. So what I would say to answer that is just answer to the best of your ability. In a sense, are you able to give an example, or you're just asking the question? Or Coach Tony, do you have any questions that you think I pause. Coach Tony, I'm reading what you wrote.
Gotcha. I think so. Let me think about Vivian's question of a hard one unless she responds. But another question from the other side is asking like if they, at the end of the interviews where we're like, okay, we're done. Do you have any questions for us? And the students asking, should they be asking questions? And if they are, what questions should they be asking at that time?
100%. So the person who is interviewing you, not only are they looking for someone who's perfect for their job or the job they have available, but they're looking on how they can be best for you. When Coach Tony interviews, and again, Coach Tony and I have not spoken previously, I just can tell. When Coach Tony interviews somebody and he's a rock star or she's a rock star, he wants to know what questions they have so he can make sure he's a great manager for that person as well. So the questions you should ask are questions you really have concerns about. No example comes up to the top of my head right now, but be open, be honest. One of the questions that somebody asked me was, well, am I the only salesperson for this position? That's an okay question to ask. And I answered her question and we were good. So be open with that question. And whoever asked that, feel free to dive in deeper with that question.
So I'm thinking.
Vivian, I love it. I love it. Companies will ask questions like that just to see your personality, to check out your personality. Now, how would you split a horse evenly? Don't say, I don't know. Please do not say, I don't know. Cut it in half. Boom. Or, you know what? I love horses. I would never cut a horse in half. But if it was a cookie horse, I would cut it straight down the middle. Like, bring out your personality. Does that make sense? But don't say, I don't know. You can be honest. Like, if you love horses, I'm not going to cut a horse, but I will cut a nice cooked steak. Does that make sense, Vivian?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think a lot of these weirder questions are more like personality based. Like, because I always ask, like, I always throw out a random one. It's like, hey, if I had gave you $1 million right now, how would you spend it? I always ask people like, if you were gone on an island, you can bring 3 things with you. What would that be? There's nothing I think from my end I'm looking for. I'm just looking for how you are as a person. Because at the end, you're still a human, and when jobs, right, you're working with people. So it's like we want to see if they're an awesome person to hang out with as well.
That is key, Coach Sonny. What Coach Sonny said is key. Those questions are asked to determine your personality. Are you too like strict? Are you too? I would never cut a horse. I love horses. Why would you ask me that? Okay, you're not a good fit. Our team definitely is a very playful team, but I would never cut a horse. But give me a delicious steak or some ribs. It'll be cut in a million pieces evenly. No worries. Okay. Or the island question. I used to ask that question, Tony, but I got too many crazy answers. But yeah, it's all personality. Coach Tony, the person who asked about when employers ask, do you have any questions for us? Does he feel like his question was answered?
Yes. Yeah, he responded, thank you.
Awesome. Excellent. And Vivian, I hope your question was answered as well. Yeah, those, just don't say, I don't know. Avoid the giving up route. avoid the, yeah, that's plain as day. Just be as creative as possible. And even if you need a minute, just say, all right, let me get 1 minute to think about this amazing task, because there's so many ways you can cut it out. Okay. So now, really, really fast, dealing with frustration. Okay. One, you have to stay away from negative people. I'm not saying you have to kick them out of your group. I'm not saying like you have to stop hanging out with them. But if you're around them every single day, you're going to be negative, if that makes sense. Okay. Another thing that I do is I write down, every time I have a problem, I write down that problem. I write down what's causing that problem. And then eventually you're going to see that you run into that same problem multiple times, and it's that same factor. It's that same person or thing or something that you do. Circle it. If you don't write down what you're going through at that moment, you cannot analyze what's causing it. It's all in your head. It's stuck in your head, and you're seeing the bigger picture. If you want to zoom in on it, write it down every time you're going through something, and then circle what is the same, what's really causing this. Okay. Now, have you guys ever had somebody run up to you and just say, man, I just failed the test. So-and-so's a jerk. So-and-so just broke up with me. Like, they just run and they just vomit a bunch of problems all over you. Give me a yes, that's happened before, if that has happened.
There's a lot of yeses on my side. Yes, yes, yes. Yup, yup. Yes, with a lot of ease.
So, my friends, talking to people about your problems is okay, but you have to make sure they're in a place that they can listen to your problems. Okay. So that is my third solution. Literally, Coach Justin is one of the happiest people you'll ever meet. Coach Tony's known me for a couple of years now, and he sees my Facebook. I'm always posting positivity, but that does not mean I don't go through challenges. I'm married. I have 4 kids. I have a dog. Someone sold my vehicle the other day. It's crazy, right? Things happen. Okay. So making sure that if you, hey, Tony, are you in a spot right now where I can talk to you about what's going on? I just need somebody to talk to right now. And then Coach Tony will say, yeah, right now it's perfect. Or, hey, do you mind giving me 5 minutes and then we can chat about it? Okay. So everybody write that in your notes. Okay. Before talking to your trusted person, make sure it's okay for you to talk. Make sure they're okay to listen. Okay. I'm going to go backwards. Step 2 was write down your pain points and what's causing your problem, what's causing that pressure. Be as specific as possible so you can really visualize and fix what's going on. And the first one is stay away from negative people. So there's literally people out there that thrive on being negative. Like, that gets them going in the day. Is, did you hear so-and-so did this? Oh, you would not believe what just happened. Like, all this is going on. Like, they live off of that. They want you to feel bad for them. They want you to pity them. And this goes hand in hand with what we spoke about yesterday. Some people do not accomplish their goals. They stay within a certain level because they thrive on the challenges. They thrive on being victimized, in other words. That's a strong word, but you guys are with me.
No, I definitely love that. I think the staying with the negative people, once that idea clicked in my head a few years ago, like there was a few people in my life that like I just kept holding on to. It's the same thing with, I'm sure this applies more for high school also, because the majority wasn't in high school. But for me, when you grow up, it's not the same thing. Negative people around you. The minute I cut out, literally like deleted, blocked them, everything, my life was like amazing. And you never knew that, but you feel like you have a lot of options at that point. This is my so and so as well too, and this might be a little deeper, but this might be family as well too, and that was my case. It might be family, so that this goes on just a deeper level and just like friends. Like a majority right now of high school students is friends, but later on in life it could extend into like family that are like negative as well too.
as you guys are teenagers, you guys, again, I'm saying, are going through the second hardest part of life. I think the first is when you're at that stage where you have to manage either employees or your kids, where it's not just about your life. I think that's the first hardest. Second hardest is being a teenager. You guys are taking on all these stressors, okay? So you can't handle your stress and other people's stress at the same time. Now, families will add stress and negativity because it's weird. They don't realize what they're doing, but they want to protect you. Don't go and be a lawyer. Don't do all these things. Don't be an entrepreneur. It's dangerous. You could fail. That's all negative things that are coming your way. You got to block it out and do it anyways. It's not that they don't want you to succeed. It's that they care about you so much. They just don't want you to take the risks needed to succeed. So that's why when Coach Tony says it'll be family too, that's a huge aspect. They're putting their fears on you. Or maybe they did not accomplish what you are going to accomplish. So when that's the case, they're definitely, don't do it. It's not going to work. You guys have to block that out. And keep your top 5, guys. Keep people who are smarter, people who are encouraging, who are thriving for you to succeed. Okay? So with that being said, I'm going to do a really quick run through. And while I'm doing that, please write your questions. Again, I am Coach Justin with the Youth Leadership Academy. Follow me on social media, Facebook, Justin Latson, or join the Youth Leadership Academy on our Facebook group. So, guys, write down your success weekly. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. If you want to be highly successful, celebrate your wins. Okay? After speaking to you guys yesterday, I posted about it, and 112 people saw it, and they loved it. That's my brand. Okay? Don't worry about, what if other people don't like what I'm doing? Who cares? It's not about them. Okay? The power of positivity. If you want something, shoot for it. Don't live life in fear. Okay? Being positive is going to take you a long, long way. Okay? The interview, I'm not going to go over that again because I went over that 3 times. I think you guys got it. You guys should have great notes. Does anybody have any questions for me? And you guys are awesome. I love how engaged you guys are.
We do have a question from the other side. This was earlier. I just kind of saved it for this one as well too. We talked about positivity. What if it's hard? Someone says it's hard to always be positive all the time when school, especially this pandemic. They said it pandemic of not being able to go to school, so their grades kind of drop and everything. So how would you how is it? I think to rephrase the question for them is how do you keep the positivity while things are somewhat in relatively negative of what they say?
You're going to love this answer, my friend. You ready for it? I'm going to make it super dramatic. You need a coach. You need a mentor. So everything that I'm telling you to do, I'm assuming that it's hard to be positive because you're not currently doing it. And it's not that you're being lazy. It's that you didn't know. Nobody told you to write down your successes. Having a coach or a mentor like myself, Coach Tony, I want to celebrate your successes with you. If there's somebody on your team that wants to hear about your challenges and how you overcame your challenge, that alone is going to make you a happier person. Okay? If you have a mentor that's willing to listen to the challenge you're going through, and they're going to give you advice on how to break it down and overcome it, you're going to be a happier person. You cannot take life alone. Independent people we talked about yesterday, they're not highly successful because they're taking on everything by themselves. You have to be interdependent. You have to be able to have a team that you can go to. I'm a mentor. I offer mentoring services, which my brand is I'm your mentor for life. I got your back for life. Coach Tony's a mentor. He got you as well. So, but if you don't want to go the mentor route, definitely writing down your successes every single week, okay? Knowing how and when to talk to people when you're going through something. The worst thing you can do is be too tough. And I definitely consider myself an alpha male martial artist, been doing lots of competitions. For many years, I held in all my frustration for a long time. and eventually it didn't work out. So the moment I became better, stronger, faster, smarter is when I was vulnerable. I learned how to talk to somebody. Did that help them out, Coach Tony?
Yes, they said yes.
Excellent, excellent. So reach out, man. Reach out. We're here for you. Any other questions?
That's basically it on my side. I see a lot. Thank you. This was awesome. This was gold. Love this. Love this. Thank you, Coach Justin. Thank you. Thank you. A bunch of thank yous as well too on my side.
Yeah, you guys are awesome. And I just want to end it with this, okay? What you guys are doing right now, the fact that you're here means you're a highly successful individual, okay? Where I came from, I thought you had to be special. I thought you had to be given the silver spoon to be where you guys are right now. But really, what you're doing right now gets you to that successful level. You're reaching out for help. You're not assuming you know it all. You're not taking life on by yourself. You guys are grabbing a mentor. So congratulations on being highly successful teenagers. And for the parents that are in this group, your kids are doing the right thing. Vivian, I am here for your question. What is up?
With that being said, I know Vivian has another question, so we'll do that. But just stay tuned. Me and Coach Justin have something planned in the future, so get excited for that. I think Justin's one of my really, really awesome friends, and I think our business are pretty, like our lives are pretty interconnected with a lot of things we do, the high school stuff, the after school stuff, the martial arts stuff. So we're meant to work together. So it's like it's one of those things that you'll see a lot more of us as well.
All right, Vivian, you're gonna love this answer. How is luck involved with success? Do I think luck is involved in success? There's no such thing as luck and success. Okay, even in the stock market, what you don't see is the work, the research, the studying, the looking at history of results that goes behind the stock market. So when someone buys a stock, it's not luck that that stock goes up. Amazon didn't become successful because of luck. They did research. They got a mentor. So to answer the question, there's no such thing as luck and success. Okay? The only thing that luck comes with and success is the lottery. But even that is like 1 in a billion or some stupid number like that. And I speak very straightforward with you guys, just letting you guys know. So success requires having a mentor. Every level of success, they have a mentor. So Coach Tony has a mentor. I have a mentor, and I'm a mentor myself. Michael Jordan has a mentor. Tom Brady, the best quarterback. I am a New York Giants fan. I freaking love Eli Manning, but Tom Brady's the best quarterback of our time. He has a coach. So you need to get a coach. And then you have to take action. Okay? Once you know what to do, it's going to require you living outside of your comfort zone, outside of the circle of things that you're good at to be successful. So if you have to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, guess what? No one's going to push you to do it. You have to be an action taker to do it. And that's how you become successful. Okay? I run 2 businesses and I have so much time to spend with my family. I probably work less than a lot of people, but that's because everything on purpose. Nothing's by luck. Coach Tony, do you want to add anything to that question?
No, I think that answer was perfect.
I don't know if I lost you or it's loading on my end. There you are.
Perfect. No, I think you answered it right on the dot. I think luck. I think there's a line. There's a quote like luck is like. It's a quote like you prepare for luck or something. Luck is when preparation meets opportunity. So it's very hard to be lucky, but it's hard to be lucky to succeed if every single day you put in the work to do it. And someone's gonna say, "Oh, you guys got lucky." I'm sure one day someone's like, "Oh, Coach Justin, Coach Sean, they got lucky. That's why they're so good. That's why they're so successful." Blah blah. But they don't see that we stay at our schools all day long to do stuff. We're the ones that once the instructors leave, we're the one cleaning the floors, cleaning the mats and stuff. When the coach is out, we're the ones jumping in. So no one will ever see that really. And only if you're in it, you get it. So we can vent to each other about that stuff, but no one will get it. But in the future, like in 10 years, all those two got lucky. And and I'm like, meh, if you think that way, go ahead and think whatever you want to think, kind of thing. I'm happy the way I'm doing. I know I put the hard work, I put in my time. So
Let me add to that, brother. So, guys, you're not going to see your results right away. Okay. I worked 3 jobs while I was building my very first company. I worked at the post office, Starbucks, and Heartland Dental, which is a dental company. Like, you're going to feel you're planting seeds. You're not going to see your tree grow. You're going to be grinding. So, this is why I say, please do what you love. Don't do what your parents want you to do. Do what makes you happy. Because if you're happy and you're passionate and you're following your why, then success is going to come so much easier. But if you absolutely hate it and you're just doing it because someone's telling you to do it, you're not going to see that success. You're just going to see all the horrible work you have to do in order to get to that level. So I'm reading the comment. So with TikTok, what they may be doing is paying for ads. Coach Tony, I'm not really familiar with. I know of TikTok. I don't use TikTok. Is it like Facebook where they can just pay to have their account seen more, or is it not like that?
yes and no. And actually, in this one, Vivian actually knows more than I do. She actually helps consult. So she TikTok. Vivian's super awesome, by the way. She's one of my awesome students. She actually saw this. If you're gonna help her, I think she just needs confidence right now. Like she's in the top. Like she's in several like Facebook groups for TikTok stuff, and she's the one giving adults 50, 60-year-old advice on how to grow their accounts. And then they're saying, no, you're wrong. And she's like, okay. And then people who just listen to her do it. But I think she needs that confidence, like, hey, because I keep telling her all the time, hey, you know. And then that's why, like, it's one of those, like, you don't need, like, there's no need for validation. What you're saying is true. You've helped so many people grow. She's helped my account grow as well, too. So it's like, I think for her, if Vivian, you're okay with me sharing this as well, too, I feel her thing that she needs that confidence to like just make it happen, because she's like, oh, I don't know what to do. I'm like, dude, I'm seeing you post every single day on the groups and like helping people out of like how to grow their accounts, kind of thing. So you know what it takes. You need the confidence, like, yeah, I am like, I think she's scared of the word expert title, or she's scared of like the person to do the work, but I think she definitely has the knowledge to do.
I wish you were on yesterday. Coach Tony, I talked about living life outside your circle. So if TikTok is what your comfort zone is, now your level of success is going to come when you are outside of that circle. So what's preventing your future success is validating yourself. Like you feel like you need validation. You don't need validation. There's no degree out there. There's nobody like a police officer that's give me your TikTok certification. Like it doesn't matter. And one of the people in my other groups, it's so funny because he's a professional shooter. Tony, you know him, Tom. Everybody that said what he was doing was not going to work are now clients of Tom's. So, Vivian, you don't need validation. Just do it. And I'm going to take this a step further. If you want to be successful, you have to do it. You have to give the advice. You have to do work without caring what people think. That's the way you're going to be highly successful. Not doing what you're comfortable doing only.
Yeah, I'll add on a little top of that, since you went down the certification route. I think a lot of people are chasing that piece of paper to validate what they're doing, right? So be completely transparent for those who are watching this as well. There is such thing as a college counselor credential out there, right? You pay like several $1,000s to get it. I don't have it, right? So it's one of people ask me, do you have your blah blah blah? I'm like, no, I don't need it, because I have thousands of students who got in. I'd rather have that versus people who have that degree who can't help anyone get in, kind of thing, right? I'm sure in your industry also, Coach Justin, like I'm sure there's like certifications for what you do as well too, but we have results, right? I think at the end of the day, that's like the people are so stuck on a piece of paper showing like, because that just means you're able to sit in front of a computer, sit in front of a class for several hours to do something, but a lot of the thing was actually the hard work of making it happen as well.
If you're focused on that validation, you're being selfish, because Coach Tony, you would not have been able to help thousands of lives because you're so worried about a certification or being validated. If you know that you produce results, then it's your obligation to help people to do what your passion is. So, Vivian, I love that you're being active. This is why you're getting so much out of this. And people that are active in this group, you're going to get so much more out of this. Like, you have two experts literally here tag team and breaking down your situation so you can be better, so you can go to the next level. And that's why we do what we do. I don't have a mentorship certification, but I have students that got silver in the US Open. I have students that literally told me that they were hanging out with, like, doing drugs and things like that, and now they're highly successful. So this is why I do what I do. I don't need a validation. I'm going to change a life. And so are you, Vivian. You're going to improve someone's business, which then changes their life because of social media. So, Kirsten, is there any other questions on your side? Vivian, any more questions? I am here. I am for you guys.
Yeah, if anyone has more questions, feel free to drop by. I'm next, so I can change my time up, kind of thing. I'm cool. Brandon said, wow, that's amazing. Super awesome. Super helpful as well, too. So, yeah, amazing.
Excellent. Excellent. You know what, Coach Tony, I know you've been talking a lot, so I'm see if I can help you out with the time.
You got
Brandon,
it.
Do you have anything that you want to throw out there? What are you working on? What do you need help with? And
For me, sir, or
Brandon N. Yeah. Whoever comments, like, I'm here. I'm going to help you as much as I can with the time that I have before Tony kicks me off this platform, and let's really dive in.
There will be a hard stop at 11, though. We do have another speaker coming at 11.
Which is 2:00 my time, I believe.
Yes, sir. I forgot the time difference as well.
Yeah, no worries. We're good. We're good. And if Brandon does not have any questions, then we're good. I just want to really help as many people as I can while I'm here. So I want you guys to get so much value out of this that
I have a fun hypothetical question for you then, if you want to answer it. I think a fun hypothetical. Let's say we have a student who is more, because I think for us, we're like pretty much entrepreneurial, a lot of things that we do. Let's say you have an entrepreneurial kind of high school student. I get this question a lot sporadically. What advice would you give them? What should they, like, tactically, step 1, step 2, step 3, what should they be doing if they're like entrepreneurial minded? And they know, like, for example, they're probably not going to go down the college route, or they might, but like it's not part it for them. We have a bunch of those students in my comments of random things. So if you want to, and you're probably the expert on this one, so feel free to give like tangible steps 1, 2, 3. What if you were them, or if you were coaching someone, what would you say?
What's funny is we went over this. And so we have trainings on Thursdays, and I'm just going to give you the route. Do not wait to graduate high school to start your business. Do it now. There's so many different types of businesses that you can open right now. It could be an online business. It could be candy sales. When I was in high school, when I was a sophomore in high school, I bought a candy machine, and I'm not going to share my screen right now, but I have a picture of young Coach Justin, and I just asked so many different hospitals. Eventually, I was able to put my snack machine inside of what do you call it, an elderly home. So, and that made me enough money to pay for my books for my first year of college. So start now, okay? Figure out what is your brand. What are you selling? What makes you different, okay? And then, of course, do it the legal route. So incorporate your business, LLC, if you're going to do it by yourself. Legal advice for that. Don't pay somebody to incorporate your business with the state. I don't recommend that, because it's only like $50 to incorporate your business name, and getting an EIN, which is like the social security number for your business, is free. You do that with the government, okay? From there, once you have your name incorporated, once you have your social security, the EIN for your business, open a bank account, okay? So you got to be able to keep track of your money, okay? Once you have a bank account, get a business license, which means you can now legally operate in your city or town, and then get insurance for your business and get a website, and you're good to go. Once again, I'm not giving you legal advice. I'm just saying what I would do to have a legal, legit business up and running right now. Number one, what's my brand? What makes me different? Okay. For me, I bought a candy machine, legit. You put a quarter in, you put $1 in. I had a legit candy machine that I eventually sold off, and it was great. Okay. From there, incorporate it with the state. It's like $50, and it is with the state. Incorporate it. So when I say incorporate, that means either S corp, C corp, nonprofit, or LLC, like sole ownership. Get an EIN, open a bank account, business license, get insurance for the business. So if something were to happen, the insurance covers you. And then you can't operate without a website. You need a website. People need to be able to find you, and a social media page. Coach Tony, does that help?
Yeah, I love it. I think the biggest thing I would add to that, I think that those steps is perfect as well too. I think it's a lot of, I think the thing that why I think we are somewhat successful, I would say, is that we just kept doing stuff, right? You'll like behind our, like we have 2 incredible high school companies, we have 2 incredible like after school companies, 2 incredible summer camps, 2 incredible, we have a lot of incredible programs, but what people don't see is that behind these amazing things, there's like hundreds of things that failed. Right in each ones, and hundreds, like even ideas that we started that failed as well too. But we will never get to where we're at now if you haven't failed that many times, guys. And that's also, I think, the test of an entrepreneur is not the success, which is cool, right? But it's like, ooh, I failed. What I learned, cool. Let me bring, and that's how I've been doing all this.
Yes, 100%, guys. This is why you need a mentor. An entrepreneur is different because we fail more times. The Michael Jordan quote is the famous things like, he's so great because he's missed more than he's made, period. You guys can look up the Michael Jordan quote. If you live by that, if you're focused on what you fail at, then all right, stay average. But if you focus on how you can be better from that, then grow. All right, Vivian says, what do I wish I did more of in high school that can help me more today? It's actually what I wish I did. I wish I had what I am for other people when I was in high school. If I had a mentor to legit say, focus on this, do that, you probably shouldn't do that, I would be way more successful sooner than I am now, 100%. Getting a mentor, someone who's been there. Because your parents are going to tell you what to do, but you guys aren't going to listen to your parents. You guys need a mentor.
Love it. I'll jump in real quick for that as well too. I think a lot of it. So it depends on what stages you are in your life as well too to kind of access this. Because I think the next logical question that I can throw back at you, Coach Justin, after is like, how do you get one, kind of thing. So I think for as a high school pointer, or for us now, we kind of pay for it now, right? It's just like one of those like you pay for the time. We can make all the mistakes ourselves too. I'm sure we can grow everything ourselves. Eventually, it'll be fine. But I think the idea of a mentor at our stage is like, hey, I've done that. It didn't work. Try this. So in a sense, we're paying to save the years that we would have spent messing up and going for it anyways there. But a high school student, you probably don't have the money, or some of you guys have money, and that's like a super nice cheat code there as well too. But if you don't, I'll let you kind of answer that first, and I'll jump in with my suggestion. Well, if they like, how would they find a mentor like right now? If they have no budget, how would they get a mentor figure?
So this answer goes hand in hand with what I teach you guys about the power of positivity, right? If you want something, you have to ask, even if the answer could be no. For example, if I cannot afford a mentor that I know charges, I'm going to ask. And I'm going to deliver that question with my why. I am an extremely ambitious high schooler. I cannot afford you as a mentorship, but I want to know if you would take me on anyways, because I know you're going to change my life. And in turn, I'm going to change the lives of others with what you taught me. And then if that doesn't work, I'm going to teachers at school that I really admire. Everybody has that one teacher that really has changed their life. Talk to that teacher more, really ask them for advice. Mentorships doesn't mean like fully like sign up for a program. It's someone that can guide you and give you advice in life. So, but I am big on if you don't ask, you don't get. An example is I've recently taken my family on a vacation to Daytona Beach, and I'm frugal as anything. So I got the tickets for our Hilton on like some low budget website. It was like $50 a night at a $400 a night, not $400, but $200, $300 a night hotel. And I asked the lady, I was like, look, I just want to give my family a great time. Is there any way I can get ocean view? And she could have said no, but what did I do? I related with her. I realized that I asked her about her day. Then eventually I realized we both went to HBCU starting off. And then I went in for the delivery. I asked with my why. I want to give my family a good time. And then she gave me the 12th floor ocean view, even though it's a $50 extra per day for that view, for free. So ask with your purpose, with your why, you will get it. And if you don't, who cares?
100%. That was my thing. If I was a high school student, I would find out who I want to be like, or who am I striving to become, and just ask them, hey,
Yep.
like I want to be like you basically in the future. What do I need to do? Kind of, and the benefit I feel that of high school students, and that's why I give a lot of students this tip also, like, because you're a high school student, people just like to help you. People like to help the
Yeah.
youth. Is versus us, if I ask a person like, pay me, then I'll help you then. But so it's hard for me to get that advice. But as a high school student, your ultimate leverage is you're very young, and like older folks like to give back. They like to help. Like naturally, my philosophy is humans are naturally good people, right? They always want to help as whenever they can. So I was always asking as well. There's a fun experiment you do, like every time you go to Starbucks or when you go buy stuff, you always ask for a discount, kind of thing. It's a trick to like when you, because a lot of people are scared of the no, right? And that's the biggest fear. And then if you hear no, for me, I'm sure both of us, I've heard no so many times. I'm like, okay,
Mhm.
it's like it's no big deal anymore.
Yeah.
And I actually like the no's because no's mean you can move on to the next thing faster than stressing out. But yeah, love that question.
Guys, I love that. I love that. Coach Tony, I actually do that as well. And like my wife used to look at me like, why are you asking for discounts? Like, what are you doing? But literally, I'm just practicing what I preach. So I don't just go to Starbucks and say, hey, can I get a discount? Or hey, can I get a free shot in my Frappuccino or whatever I'm getting? Like, hey, how's your day? Like, I built that connection, what we learned about today. And I try to relate. I'm very polite. And then from there, hey, you don't think I could get a larger coffee versus the medium, you know? So, yep, I love it. Love it. I know we have a hard stop in 5 minutes, but guys, feel free to ask what you need. We are here. Anything on your side, Coach Tony?
Yeah, or I'm gonna modify a question and kind of ask my own question as well too. So I'm mixing both questions together. You went to college, so what are some tips for now? The opposite is now those who are college bound. Biggest tips for them to help them succeed in college.
Get a tutor. So I am not that naturally straight A student that has the work habits to get straight A's. So what helped me make deanless when I went to Virginia State University because I was right at high school. I went to HBCU, Virginia State. Then I transferred to George Mason University. What really changed my grades and really helped me succeed was they have tutors at the college. And I didn't even know that. Like, I was just trying to figure out these hard subjects on my own instead of reaching out for help. And none of these tutors you have to pay for. There's free tutors there. So just the library, just ask. I really don't have any other advice other than that. Tutors, and make sure you have a time schedule for when you're going to party, when you're going to study, when you're going to go to class, and stick to that time schedule or break it so that we're never late for class.
I agree. I think it's literally everything you talked about the past 3 days. Just again, I think, and then if you understand so Coach Justin just basically shared life success. It's not just like high school success. Whatever he shared, you can apply for high school now, reapply it for when you're in college, and reapply that on a bigger level when you're like later on in life as well. I think the core fundamental concepts don't really change much. It's just like you just do. It's all about the basics too. I think it's like the little things that you just build really strong habits on, and then it'll be much better over time.
Exactly. Yep. Our mentorship's not hard. But I know you guys have another speaker, so I'm gonna let you guys go. Guys, again, follow me on Facebook. Eventually, I'll have TikTok and all those cool things. And when I do, I'm hiring Vivian, because Vivian, you seem awesome. Justin Latson. And for Facebook Youth Leadership Academy, join it. I give out free advice all the time on those pages. And if you guys want me as a mentor, reach out. I want to see how I can change your life. So thank you again for your time, everybody.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Coach Justin.
All right. Take care, guys.
Bye-bye. All right. That was incredible. That's my buddy, Coach Justin. He is phenomenal. Definitely, if you guys are looking for any mentors in the high school leadership space or overcoming barriers, kind of thing there as well, too. Our program doesn't focus too much on that. So he is like the perfect complement to our programs. A lot of our programs are in both programs as well, too. So definitely highly encourage that. With that said, we have a perfect suggestion from one mentor to another mentor. So this next speaker, she's been here before, or I'm sure you guys have seen her before as well too. So I'm a huge proponent of this next company, Magoosh Affordable Test Prep. Love it. I think for me, you guys kind of heard my story earlier this morning. I grew up with not a lot of resources. I didn't have a lot of things out there, and every program that I looked into costed several $1,000s to invest in, and I didn't have that. So I had to self-study for myself, for my test. But Magoosh is out there. They're an affordable test prep company, so it's very accessible to, I think, almost everyone as well too. So today we have the luxury of having one of my good friends, Erica, join us today. Hello, Erica.
Hi, Tony. How are you?
How are you? Good, good. Cool. I'm gonna let you introduce yourself and go ahead and get started. I'll kick myself out. I'll add your presentation to the stream.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. Welcome to this event. I guess you've already been here, so I guess welcome to me. Thank you so much for being here. I'm really excited to talk to you today, and thank you for having me. Okay, so today we're going to talk about how to get the best score on your SAT or ACT in the shortest time. Now, this is also applicable to other standardized tests. So if you're taking anything that's not the SAT or the ACT, this also applies, but it is specifically catered to the SAT and the ACT. And the reason for that is because I am here with Magoosh SAT and ACT. So really quickly, let's do a quick introduction. My name is Erica. So I am the SAT ACT Senior Curriculum Manager here at Magoosh. Like Tony mentioned, Magoosh is a test prep company, an online test prep company, and we are specifically trying to be an affordable test prep company, so providing really high quality products and services at a price point that more students can access. So I'm the Senior Curriculum Manager. So what does that mean? That means that I do a lot of the thinking about our lessons and our questions and our video explanations and our live classes curriculum and all of that. So that is my role. And sometimes I do things like this, which is very fun for me. Now, I've been in test prep for pretty much my entire career. I have taught and written materials for more than 10 different standardized tests, but the SAT and the ACT are the ones that I have been with the longest. They're kind of my bread and butter, and they're some of my favorites. And I live here in Seattle, Washington, with my husband and my two cats. You can see them on the screen. That's Raz, that's Mal. They like to come behind me when I do events and videos. The door is closed today, so I don't think we're going to get any little guests, but they are the best. All right. Now, one thing that I want to just quickly shout out before we get started is that we are currently having a 20% off sale at Magoosh on any of our SAT and ACT plans through the 16th of this month. So there's about 5 more days in the sale. This applies to our online programs where you can get video lessons, video explanations, questions, practice tests, all of that good stuff. But it also applies to our live classes where instructors like me are going to teach 16 hours of SAT and ACT curriculum and covered like 95% of what's going to be on the test. And that also allows you to get live instructor interaction. So it's a really good deal. I really recommend you take advantage of it if you are looking at taking your SAT or ACT soon. Speaking of which, that's what we're going to talk about today. So our goals for today's presentation. First, we're going to get kind of a reality check about score improvement to make sure that you are going into your study, going into your test date with reasonable expectations, good goals, ambitious goals, but not impossible goals. Then Then we are going to walk through study plans for a series of different timelines. So first we're going to talk through what do we do if you have a week until your test day. Now, hopefully this isn't anybody here because there are several weeks until the next SAT and ACT test dates. But in case you find yourself in that position, you haven't studied until about a week before the test, what do you do to get the highest score improvement possible? Then we're going to talk about what if you've got a month until your test day. In the chat, if you want to comment, is anybody here taking an SAT or an ACT in about a month? So if you're taking the SAT, that's going to be at the end of this month, or ACT kind of at the beginning of September. Let me know in the chat because I think this might be applicable to a bunch of people. And then what do you do if you've got a little bit more than a month, like 2 to 3 months or even beyond? Then after we do that, we're going to talk about night before and morning of routines for your test day to help you be as successful as possible to make sure that your study translates to your test day experience, which is its own battle. So we're going to talk about that, and that's applicable no matter how long you have until your test date. Okay. Jumping in. So first thing that I want to talk about is what sort of point increase should you expect? So given your timeline, what sort of point increase should you expect? So based on about 10 hours of study per week. So this is kind of what we recommend for most students, is about 10 hours of study per week when you are seriously studying for your exam. So if you are studying less than 10 hours per week, this might not be applicable to you. If you're studying more than 10 hours per week, first thing I'm going to say is consider if that's wise. Make sure that your study is actually effective for all of that time, because it usually isn't if you go too far beyond 10 hours per week. With that said, if you're studying good study for about 10 hours per week, this is what you can expect on average. So for the ACT, if you are looking to improve by about 3 points, that sort of score improvement is usually achievable in about 1 to 2 months. So with 1 to 2 months of study, we're looking at maybe being able to achieve a 3-point improvement in your overall score out of 36. Now, if you're looking at, hey, maybe I've got like a 3 to 4 month timeline, all right, with 10 hours of study per week, you can potentially achieve 5 to 6 points of score improvement. All right, but what if you're looking for like a significant score improvement? You want to make big changes to your score. In that case, you're probably looking at a longer timeline, one where you are building up your foundations more significantly. There, you're probably looking at 6 to 12 months. So this might be a situation where ideally you're starting in your junior year and finishing up in your senior year. Okay, for SAT, we have kind of a similar breakdown. So again, if you've got 1 to 2 months, that's probably realistic for like a 70 to 150 point score increase. If you're looking at 3 to 4 months, okay, maybe we're looking at 150 to 250, so more significant. If you're looking for a really significant score improvement, 250 to 350, again, on your overall score, that's probably 6 to 12 months. Okay, we've got a few folks taking their test next month. Okay, this is going to be really, really applicable to you. If we've got a lot of students in like 9th and 10th grade, okay, so this is probably going to come in down the line for you a little bit more, but I'm going to talk about what you can do with a longer study timeline, but kind of banner message here, more time, you can get a larger score improvement. Now, if you're going, okay, so that means if I study for 2 months, I will definitely get a 3-point increase. Not so fast. And if you're going, wow, can I really only get a 10-point improvement if I study for a year? Not necessarily. So let's talk about what that means. Note that these are estimates. These are based on your average student, your average study experience, again, with 10 hours of study per week. This can vary with your student level and your study quality. So it depends on where you're starting, right? If you're starting with no understanding of the test, you went in and you did not get the timing and you didn't finish like any of the sections because it was so new to you. Okay, probably you're going to gain some points fast just by locking in, understanding what the test is about. So that can cause you to grow more. On the other hand, if you're like pretty familiar with the test. You've done quite a bit of study already. You've gotten the easy points already. That's going to mean it's going to be harder for you to get those additional points, and you may not get that 3-point increase over 2 months or that 150-point increase over 2 months. Similarly, your study quality means a lot. I've seen a lot of students who come into tutoring or like a class or like doing a whole book of study, and they don't study well. Maybe they don't do it, or they don't learn from their mistakes. They're really just trying to get through it, and they don't improve at all. Sometimes they even get worse. So your study quality can also impact whether you could potentially go beyond these ranges or whether you can not even meet these ranges. The other thing that I want to mention here is that test day performance can fluctuate. And when we're looking at like our 1-week study plans and our 1 month and our 2 to 3 month study plans, that's going to be a really important element. So if you've got a shorter study timeline, a lot of your study is going to be improving, but a lot of it is going to be working on that test day performance, making sure that you are doing your absolute best performance on test day and don't flub because of that stressful test taking. So it's really that not only are we working on our level, we're working on our study quality, but we're also working on our test taking skills. Okay, so now that we've got that kind of reality check here, if you're going, hey, my test is in a week and I'm looking for a 10-point improvement, that's probably not going to happen for you. Realistically, you're probably going to want to maybe schedule a retake or rethink your school list, something like that. So quick reality check there. Anything else I want to add to that? Not really. Similarly, in this presentation, we're going to be mostly talking about 1 to 3 months until your test date. Again, I'll talk about what you do if your timeline is longer, but specifically we're talking about shorter timelines in this presentation. Okay. So if you have 1 week until test day, right? Again, hopefully this is not a situation most of you are finding yourselves in, but maybe you're taking the test later this month or next month and you know you're not going to be able to study for the next few weeks. You might find yourself in this situation. It's not ideal, but if you have a week until test date, there's a lot that you can do to improve your test day performance without really learning anything. So when you've got about a week until test day, the absolute first thing that you're going to do is take a full-length practice test, like now. Now, when you take that full-length practice test, we want to make sure that it is realistic, that you're taking it ideally in the morning when you take your actual exam, that you are taking it timed, that you're taking it all in one sitting, that you're taking a realistic practice test, ideally an official practice test or one from a trusted source like Magoosh, but take a full-length practice test. And that's because this should be your last one. If you've taken practice tests before, this is the end. If you've never taken a practice test before, this is still the end. A lot of folks who have like a week left or a really short study timeline try to cram in as many tests as possible. This is not wise because you can really burn yourself out and end up not performing well on your test date. Maybe you've built bad habits. Maybe you're just tired. In any case, taking a bunch of practice tests in that last week, I do not recommend. All right. Now, once you have done that full-length practice test, the best thing that you can do is an in-depth review of your mistakes. So that means going through and looking at every question you missed and going, okay, what did I do wrong? Why did I do that? And how do I fix it? So those are the big 3 questions: what, why, and how. Now, specifically when you're looking at how, you want to be looking at, okay, how do I make this change on a different problem? Because you're not going to see the same problem on test day, right? But you will see similar problems. So you want to be thinking about, okay, how do I recognize this? And then how do I address it? Now, what you're going to do is, based on that review of your mistakes, you can make a strategy guide. All right. So we're not going to go in and we're going to be like, I really studied with geometry, so I'm going to do a geometry crash course. I'm going to study for geometry like crazy over the next week. I'm going to stay up all night learning my formulas, blah, blah, blah. No. You're going to focus on strategy, right? Because strategy is something that we can potentially build up over the last week, something that we can remind ourselves of on test day. Can we build a understanding of geometry in 1 week? Maybe not. So we're not going to focus on the content. We're going to focus on the strategy. So what does a personal strategy guide look like? We are going to kind of break it out by section. We're going to have our general strategies. So things about like anxiety management, things about timing, things about scratch work, right? Broader topics, all right? Things that can still cause us to miss questions, but kind of across the exam. And we're also going to have strategies for each individual section. So what are my strategies for reading? Or what are my strategies for writing or English, depending on your test? What are my strategies for math? Maybe on SAT, do I have calculator and non-calculator strategies? Science for ACT, and so on and so forth. And you're going to really try to make those strategies personal. Like I put that word personal in there for a reason. It should be based on the mistakes that you made on that practice test. A lot of folks come in with strategies that like they've seen online or they've heard from their friends and they just assume they're going to work for them. No, make them personal to you. There's no point in putting in a strategy that's to do with something you're not struggling with. Make them personal. All right. So we're going to build a personal strategy guide based on your own mistakes. How do I address them on test day? Now, like I mentioned before, we're kind of thinking like what, why, how, right? So how do I fix this on a different problem? The best way of doing that is with a prompt response format. So prompt response kind of means what is my clue that I'm dealing with that issue? And then how do I respond to it? How do I react? How do I fix the problem I've seen before? So maybe we go, okay, I'm seeing a problem that has exponents. I am going to look at the bases and make sure that those bases are prime numbers. All right, that's a pretty specific one, but it could also be broader. Like, okay, I see that I'm behind time. All right, when I am behind time, I'm going to start skipping problems that I think I'm going to get wrong or that are going to take me too long because all of these problems are worth the same number of points. So I'm just going to go ahead and skip the ones that aren't going to give me points. Okay, so I'm going to generate those sorts of strategies and put them on that strategy guide. Then I'm going to review that strategy guide every day. Every day, so that I am baking those into my brain, right? So that when I go into my test day, I remember them, right? They are coming with me so that when I run into those situations, those prompts, I know the response I'm supposed to take. Now, I recommend light practice on this. And that practice is to reinforce that strategy. So while you're practicing, again, we're not trying to learn anything. We're not trying to gain skills. We're just trying to reinforce using those strategies. So going, okay, I'm going to practice my timing. I'm going to practice skipping questions. I'm going to practice my timing checkpoints, or I'm going to practice reading word problems correctly, or I'm going to practice predicting on reading questions, and so on and so forth. So we're not going to cram. We're not going to try to generate new knowledge here. We don't have time for our brains to make those sorts of connections. We're just going to try to build up the right sort of habits so that they are coming with us on test day. And that's the best thing that we can do with 1 week until test day. Now, a lot of people don't like to hear that when they're going, but I want that 10-point increase with a week until test day. That's just not realistic. And when you're shooting for that sort of really intensive study a week before test day, usually I find that that actually hurts my students. I find that that causes students to perform worse, to be burned out, maybe even to decrease their score by test day. So kind of a realism about what you can achieve in 1 week is important. Do I recommend canceling your test date? Maybe not, but maybe open up your heart to the opportunity to retake, because retakes are associated with improved scores and with giving you more time to make the sorts of improvements you want to make. Okay, so that is 1 week until test day. Big highlight, strategy guide based on a practice test. Focus on strategy. All right, what if you got a month until test day? So some of you in here, this is you, right? You are in this situation. What do you do if you've got a month until your test day? The first bullet is exactly the same. Take a full-length practice test right now. And by right now, I mean this weekend, because weekends are usually better suited for practice tests. If you are on summer break, you don't have a lot going on during your days, maybe you can take it on a weekday morning, but I recommend mornings to make it realistic. Again, realistic practice test, official, ideally, full length, timed, all that jazz. Once again, you're going to do an in-depth review of mistakes. So I recommend committing the same amount of time to review as you committed to the practice test itself. This is important. Review is at least as important as the actual doing of the problems. Then instead of going, okay, now I'm going to build a study guide or a strategy guide, right? Something that I'm going to just review and review and review going into my test day. I'm going to build a study plan. So a study plan then is going, okay, at this point, I have more time on my hands, right? I can actually learn something with a month, right? I can do that review of geometry that I need. I can dive deep on word problems. I can really actually build strong habits instead of just trying to remind myself of it enough that it does occur to me on test day, even though maybe my brain hasn't made really solid connections. So because we have this time, we're going to go, I'm going to use a study plan. Now, a lot of folks, when they've got a month left, they're going, cool, I have exactly enough time to get through this entire SAT book or this entire ACT class. And when you've got about a month left, that's usually not what I recommend. Usually what I recommend is going, I've only got a month. Let me make that study as effective for me as possible. Let me personalize it to me. So we are going to make a study plan based on our mistakes to target our weaknesses. Now, the best thing that you can do to really take advantage of that month is to decide in advance, when are you going to study? When are you going to take your practice test? When are we filling in that 10 hours per week? And block that time off on your calendar. There's kind of a truth to life, at least I found, that if I don't put something on my calendar, I will not do it, right? And that is my excuse to not exercise or not do chores or to put off projects that I want to get to. It's the same with studying. If you put school on your calendar and soccer on your calendar and social events on your calendar and family vacations on your calendar, but not test prep is going to be the last thing that you do. And you're not going to be able to commit the amount of time that you want to commit to it because it's so low priority. If the SAT and the ACT and your score improvement are important to you, you got to put it on your calendar. You got to commit to it in advance so it doesn't end up filtering around these other things that are clearly higher priority for you. So put the time on the calendar, commit to it, and then stick to it. All right. Part of that is booking your practice test. Now, because we have a month, we can do more of them. Not a ton more, but more. We are going to look at probably an every 2-week time frame for these practice tests. Now, generally, I recommend every 2 to 4 weeks, but since you've only got a month left, I recommend every 2 weeks, right? Take advantage. Now, when you are planning that, we want to make sure that going to skip one, that we're planning our final practice test once again for a week out, just like we did with our week study schedule. Our last practice test gives us about a week to review those mistakes, et cetera, et cetera. We're going to just kind of go back in time every 2, maybe 3 weeks to fill in those other practice tests. So ideally we're getting in 2 to 3 in that last month, just depending on exactly how that shakes out. Now, once again, going back a bullet, we are going to use the mistakes on our practice tests to adjust our study plan. So again, rather than going in and going, okay, here's my study strategy guide, here's the thing that I'm just going to review, I'm going to actively change what I'm studying to fit what I need at that moment. So maybe we go, okay, I was really struggling with reading passages and I nailed it. I got this strategy locked in over the course of these last 2 weeks that has totally transformed my reading experience. I am really feeling solid on reading, but something that I thought I was solid on for math, maybe not so much. Maybe I'm actually struggling more with word problems than I thought I was. Okay. So maybe I was planning to do more reading study the next week. I'm going to change that. I'm going to go, okay, I'm going to do enough reading study to maintain the improvements that I've made, but I'm going to actually focus my energy on this thing that I struggled with on this test. So it takes time to do this. It takes energy, it takes focus, but it helps you take advantage of that other time you have. So it's kind of an invest time to save time mentality. So thinking about, okay, improving on my mistakes, focusing on the right stuff helps us get more out of that actual study time. All right. What happens when we are a week out from test day, all right, so we've been doing our monthly study plan, we've been doing our practice tests, adjusting our study plan, blah, blah, blah. We just took our last practice test 1 week out. Well, at this point, a study plan isn't going to do us much good because once again, we're in that situation of being a week out. We're not going to learn anything at this point. We can only solidify strategy. So what we're going to do is we're going to steal that 1 week timeline from before and just do that. So what do? We're going to go, okay, all right, I've done several practice tests at this point. I've done a bunch of study. I'm going to make a strategy guide, and it's going to be primarily based on my last test because that's the most recent stuff. But I'm also going to draw on my previous practice test, my previous study, and compile all the strategies that I know are important for me. This is going to be really personalized, really specific to you. So this is going to be a better strategy guide because you have more to build on. And then another quick reminder, we don't want to cram, right? But we also want to make sure that we're prioritizing mental and emotional health. So not only not cramming, but also making sure that we are doing things that are enjoyable for us, that we're not continuing that same kind of aggressive study that we were before, because again, it's not going to get us very far in this last week. And in fact, it can actively hurt us. So make sure that you are stepping back a little bit, shifting our focus from that content, right, that really intense strategy building to strategy recall, right? To making sure we're in a good place for test day. So mental and emotional health can do a lot to either help or hurt you on your test day. Make sure it's getting the priority it deserves. Okay, what if you got 2 to 3 months until your test day, or even longer, right? You're in 9th or 10th grade, right? You are maybe a year out from your exam. So the first thing that I'm going to say to that specific situation is you may not need to get started right away, but a longer study plan is going to be roughly the same as a 1 month study plan, just longer. And that's because effective study is pretty much the same across the board. It is doing a practice test, a realistic test day experience to replicate the sort of mistakes you will make on test day, and then reviewing that practice test to figure out those mistakes, and then using that to prioritize your study, to bulk up the concepts that you need to practice the strategies that you're struggling with, and then repeating and repeating and repeating. So it is going to be customized. You're just going to get to do more with that. So depending on the length of your timeline, you're going to get to do more rounds of this experience, but you're still going to focus on customization in order to get more out of it. So a good goal here, when you've got a longer study timeline, you have more opportunity to build habits, right? We can start building habits in 1 month, right? But we don't have a ton of time, right? We're kind of right over that cusp of being able to start building up habits. But when we've got like 2 to 3 months or longer, we can actually really build really strong habits, really strong abilities and tendencies. And those can be good, but they can also be bad, right? I don't know if you've ever built a bad habit, but those are really hard to break. And that's something that's really important with test prep. I think a lot of students go in and go, the more study I do, the better. The more problems I do, the better. And that's not true, right? If you are doing a bunch of problems and making the same mistake over and over and over again, you're actually making it worse for yourself on test day because you're making it more likely that you'll make that same mistake. So when you have a longer timeline, you are in danger more of building bad habits. So make sure in your study, you have the priority of never making the same mistake twice. Never. One thing that can help with that is to kind of start building your strategy guide along the way. So before you're going into a practice session or before you're going into a practice test, you can look at that strategy guide and go, okay, what do I need to do today? And what do I need to avoid today so that I don't end up making that same mistake over again? So with a longer study timeline, we want to build good habits, but we also want to avoid building bad habits. And that personalization and focus on strategy can do a lot for us. Now, one thing that kind of comes onto the table that maybe wasn't on the table before when you've got a longer study timeline is going, what if I want to do a comprehensive study plan? Maybe my score is really not where I want it. And maybe there are some areas where I'm just totally in the dark, right? I don't know what my mistakes are, what my weaknesses are, because I don't have an understanding of what's on the test. I don't know what these problems are. I really need some extra support. There, you might want to consider something like a class or a book or something that covers everything. Now, again, this is not something I recommend when you've got a week or a month, because there you want to customize. But if you are far enough back, doing something comprehensive can give you a really solid foundation, enough so that you can go, okay, now that I know what's on this test, now I know what I'm struggling with, and now I can personalize. So something like Magoosh Live classes are something that I really, really recommend if you've got like 2 to 3 months. So there you can go, okay, my first month, my first 4 weeks, I'm learning what's on the test as a whole. And then after that, students can go in and go, let me focus on the areas that I found more challenging and just maintain on the areas that were not so bad for me, or where I picked up the concepts and strategies really quickly. So then once you do that, you have remaining months to target the things that you're struggling with. So we still do that comprehensive stuff in at least your not comprehensive, that targeted, really personalized study in that last month or more. But there we have the opportunity to do that generalized stuff that I don't recommend with a shorter timeline. So if you are someone who is in 9th or 10th grade and you're going, wow, I really want to do as well as possible on the SAT or ACT, my big recommendation is that's probably a little bit too long of a study timeline. You're probably not going to get a ton out of it right now. But the thing that I recommend is maybe to take a practice test right now. The exact same thing that I recommend for all of these timelines. And then look at your practice test and look at the score that you want and see how much improvement am I looking at. If you're going, okay, I'm looking at a 7 to 10 point increase on the ACT, that's a 6 to 12 month study timeline. So maybe go, okay, I want to start a year in advance. So maybe I want to start the summer before my junior year. And that is a great call. That is a great timeline. Or if you're going, okay, I actually don't want to improve more than that. Okay. All right. Maybe we're looking at a shorter timeline. Maybe we don't need to start considering that until like the second half of your junior year. So that can be just a really good way to kind of get started, get on your way. If you have the opportunity to take like the PSAT or the PACT, that's something I really, really recommend, both for scholarship opportunities and for a good experience of something that is pretty dang realistic to your actual test experience on the SAT or ACT. Okay, hopefully that helps for the students who aren't quite in these timelines. All right, now let's talk about, okay, I'm right up on my test. I've done one of these timelines and it's the night before. Don't cram. I know I've said this before, but I want to say it again. I think the last night is when students can really mess themselves up for test day by going, but I can learn more. Don't. From experience, it can mess you up and cause you to lose all the benefits you've gained over the past several months or even a year, right? Or weeks. Review your strategy guide, but don't practice, right? So if you're looking at your last week, you're reviewing your strategy guide and you're doing little practice sets to kind of build up those abilities, to practice them, to make sure that they're really, really consistent going into your test day. On the night before, I do not recommend practicing. It's a slippery slope into doing like a full practice test. Don't do that. Just review your strategy guide. Think about those strategies. Make sure they're right there in the front of your mind. And then visualize success. Now, this sounds so hokey, right? And if you're going, okay, so I'm picturing my dream car and I'm going to a top 10 school and I'm doing so well in my classes, I'm on the dean's list. If that's what you're imagining, that is not what I'm talking about here. That's great. Do that on your own. But here, what I'm talking about is visualizing using your strategies on the test. Very specific. So imagine, okay, maybe you struggle with timing. I'm going to picture looking at the clock at my predetermined checkpoints to make sure I don't get too far behind and adjust my pace. If you struggle with word problems, I'm going to imagine stopping at every piece of punctuation to process what's going on. If you struggle with rhetorical type questions on either writing or English. I'm going to imagine making predictions like we would on the reading section in order to not get sucked into answer traps and so on and so forth. So I'm going to picture myself doing those things on test day, responding to things that could come up, things that could cause me anxiety or could cause me to lose points. I'm going to imagine using those strategies in order to succeed. All right. And what that does is it just kind of lowers the barrier to entry for actually doing those things on test day, right? If we have pictured them, right? If we have really thought that through, it helps, again, our brains build those connections, right? It helps also reduce the anxiety we might feel about them by going, I know how to handle this. I have that in my back pocket if that happens to me. So then when we get to test day, it reduces the anxiety associated with that thing because we know how to deal with it. We've thought about it before, but it also helps us to actually do that thing because we've laid those tracks. All we have to do is proceed down them. So visualize that success. It can help reduce anxiety, but also help us actually do it on test day. And then we're going to take care of our morning tasks. So this is just logistical stuff. We really don't want to be scrambling to put together our ID and our calculator and an outfit with layers so we can be comfortable even if there's AC, our snacks, with a healthy balance of fats and carbs and protein, our directions. Do we know where the test center is? We don't want to be dealing with that in the morning. Deal with that the night before so that in the morning you can have an easy time. And then relax and go to bed. So do something that for you is going to help you feel good, right? Feel normal. Is that watch TV? Is that play some video games? Is that talk with a friend? Is that go for a walk? Is that make a little dinner for yourself that you particularly like? I don't know. Whatever it is that helps you feel calm and normal, do that. All right, kind of a normal but nice evening. And then go to bed at a reasonable time, right? Don't try to make yourself go to bed at 7. If you don't go to bed at 7, that's not going to work. It's only going to stress you out. Go to bed at a normal time. Get a normal amount of sleep. All right, last one, morning of. What do we do when we wake up and, oh my gosh, it's test day? What do? Get up early enough to not run late. So I guess that's more of a night before task. I think a lot of folks want to wake up really early so they can be super, super early and nothing can go wrong. And they're like really, really prepared. I think that can be a mistake. You don't need to be at the test center 3 hours early. There's no point. It's not like the airport, right? You want to be there early enough, but not so early. You don't want to be sitting in your home, like just vibrating, going blah before your test. That's not helpful. But you also don't want to be like, okay, I'm going to get as much sleep as possible. I'm going to roll out the bed and go to the test center in my pajamas. 1, pajamas are not conducive to good test taking. 2, there's all sorts of room for error. So wake up reasonably early so you can get to the test center 15, 30 minutes early, a reasonable amount, a recommended amount, and enough time so that you can do your morning tasks, but not so much that you're just going to be sitting there ramping yourself up. Now, in the morning, we want to make sure that we're waking up both our body and our brain. So this is part of why we don't want to roll out the door and get to the test center immediately, because we can still sometimes kind of be asleep. And it turns out that we don't take tests well when we're asleep. So we're going to wake up our bodies first by walking, stretching, maybe a small exercise routine, maybe 20 minutes of yoga. I don't know, whatever works for you to go, okay, I am actually awake. I'm ready to go. Maybe putting on an outfit that's normal to wear on like a comfy day of school, right? So maybe for you that's jeans, maybe for you that's sweatpants, but something that is not quite pajamas, something that you are capable of taking a test in. So we're, okay, I'm awake now. But we also want to make sure our brains are functioning. And that's especially important on the SAT, where the reading section is first. I see a lot of students who go in for the reading section, their brains are still kind of like in sleep mode, and they start booting up over the first passage. And they take too long, and they don't skim it very well, and they forget their strategies, and they end up putting themselves in a really bad position for the rest of the section, which then can mess with them mentally and emotionally for the rest of the test. Really bad. read something lightly academic before you go into your test day. And all that does is make sure that your brain's like, oh yeah, I can read. Great. And then you can do that when you go into your test. So something lightly academic, not a ton, nothing like super intensive. You don't need to read like a full academic scientific report with an abstract. Like that's maybe a little extra for this. Something like a textbook from school or an article in a reputable newspaper or magazine. That's going to be enough to just get the gears turning so that you're ready to kind of hit the ground running when your test starts. Eat a normal breakfast. This is kind of very similar to getting a normal night of sleep. If you go to bed at 7, your body is going to be like, what? Unless you normally go to bed at 7. And that's not going to work for you, right? Similarly, I think a lot of people get the recommendation to eat a big breakfast. And I don't know about you, but if I eat like eggs and bacon and toast at 6 in the morning, I'm going to feel really sick. That's just me. That might not be you. So eat a normal breakfast, right? Something that's going to make you feel good, that's going to nourish you, but not something that is going to make you feel really weird and really, really off going into your test. So you can supplement with snacks, bring something in your little bag to go to the test center, a Cliff Bar, some trail mix, something that can kind of reinvigorate you later if you're eating a smaller breakfast. Just keep it normal, but good. Same with like the sleep, same with your activities the night before your test. And then finally, breathe mindfully. This is really kind of associated with the same sort of thing that we're doing when we're visualizing success. We're just trying to put ourselves mentally and emotionally in the right space to take that test. And I find that often in the morning, we can be so like worked up about getting there on time and making sure everything's going right that we can kind of forget to get oxygen into our blood and into our brains, right? And that's important. Our brains need oxygen to think and to function and to make us feel good. So breathe mindfully. If you're feeling yourself maybe getting a little too amped up, take a second, maybe count your breaths, maybe focus on like your lower gut moving out and in. Focus on breathing and thinking mindfully as you're doing that, making sure that you're not pushing thoughts out of your head, but acknowledging them and maybe visualizing success again in this morning. Again, just to make sure that you're feeling as good as possible going into your test date. Remember to drink water, all of that good stuff, the sort of thing that's going to help you be at your best when your test starts. All right, let's go through some final takeaways. And these are takeaways that are true across all of these timelines. So how do we get the most points out of our study timeline? Have a consistent practice test schedule. Consistent. What does that mean? Every 2 to 4 weeks with your final test about 1 week out. So if you've got that shorter study schedule, right, 3 months or less, we're probably looking at every 2 weeks. We're not going to run out of tests. If you're looking at a longer study schedule, like a year, right, 6 months, maybe we're leaning toward every 4 weeks or once a month so that we don't end up running out of practice tests because we have the ability to do that and because we're probably doing more foundational stuff between our tests. There's more to learn between them. All right. Again, these practice tests are so that we can make sure, one, that we're learning, right? It's a great opportunity to get kind of a barometer of how things are going, but also so that we can practice those test-taking strategies. Make sure that the things that we can do in our practice, we can also do in this test environment, and that we're practicing those things that do not come through in that specific environment. So we're not shocked and surprised on test day. Practice tests are so important, so important every 2 to 4 weeks consistently. We are going to have a personalized study plan based on our weaknesses, regardless of our study timeline. If we've got a little longer, we might start comprehensive, talking about everything, building our foundations. But as we get closer to our test date, we want to narrow so that at least the last month is highly personalized. So this is going to be informed largely by in-depth practice test review, especially if you've got a shorter timeline, not a ton to work on. Our practice tests are going to be the best indicator of where things are going right and wrong. Again, especially in that test prep environment, or sorry, that test taking environment. If we've got a longer study timeline, we might be able to base on a class or on a book or on our regular kind of day-to-day study a little bit more. And then no matter our timeline, our last week is going to be low key. Even if it's the only week that we have to study, we're going to make sure that we're not doing ourselves a disservice. So we're going to have a plan for the night before and the morning of to make sure that we are really preparing in those last 24 hours and that we're focusing on strategy and content strategy more than content throughout that last week. Again, because content doesn't come that quickly. Strategy can. All right. And that is it for my little presentation. We are going to take questions now, but again, I want to do a quick reminder that we are currently holding a 20% off sale on our Magoosh SAT and ACT plans through the 16th. That is any of our plans. So that is our online only plan, which is great if you're self-motivated, if you know what you need to work on. Love that. We also have our live classes, which are really great. Maybe if you're looking at that 2 to 3 month timeline and you want something more comprehensive to cover pretty much everything on the test, that also comes with the opportunity to get personalized guidance and live instruction from an expert instructor like me that you can then personalize using the online program. So really recommend taking advantage of it. It's a really great discount. We also, if you're looking for maybe a little bit more Magoosh knowledge before you go in and commit to a plan, we have a free trial that you can try. We also have a YouTube channel. If you go ahead and just search on YouTube Magoosh SAT ACT or Magoosh ACT SAT, you will find it. There are videos from me, from other experts at Magoosh that can really, really help you. We also do live streams there all the time, as well as on our Facebook group. So find us on the internet. We've got a lot of stuff out there if you want to see more of us. All right, and we'll go ahead and open it up for questions. You can throw those in the chat here. You can send those to Coach Tony, and we'll take those now.
Awesome. I have a bunch of questions I gathered over, like we're streaming a lot of places, so I'm collecting all the questions for you. We have a lot, so we'll try to get through as many as we can.
Incredible.
First question is, what score should I aim for like top tier schools?
Yeah, so that's a really great question. And I'm going to give you kind of a cheater answer, which is do research. And like that sounds awful, but I'm going to give you a little bit more guidance on what that means. The best score to aim for is going to be like the 75th percentile score for admitted students at that school. So what I'm going to recommend to you is once you've built out your school list, and really quickly, I want to just make sure that your school list, when you're building it, make sure that you have a variety of schools. It shouldn't just be reach schools. It shouldn't just be top 10, because that puts you in a pretty dangerous position, because those are really competitive. Even if you have a really awesome score, really awesome everything, it's just chance in a lot of cases, whether you get in or not. So make sure that you have plenty of match schools. That's where your intended test score is going to be around the 50th percentile for that school, or around the average admitted SAT, ACT score, same with your GPA, et cetera, et cetera. So something you are like 50% sure you can get into. And then a couple of what are often considered safety schools. So schools where you're going, I am like 75% sure I'm going to get it. All right. Once you have that, find the 75th percentile for all of those schools. So 75th percentile score on the ACT or SAT for all admitted students. You can find those on US News and World Report. That's going to be kind of like the gold standard for finding information on universities. You can just Google the school name and like SAT scores. And you can find that if you want to add a little bit of specificity, 75th percentile. Come up with all of that, average them across your school list. And that is a killer goal score for you. That's going to be a goal score that is going to make it really, really likely that you get in for your match. Sorry, it makes it really, 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 really likely, like borderline certain you're going to get into those kind of safety schools, gives you a really good shot at your match schools. Like you are doing hopefully better than average for your match schools. And then for those reach schools, those top 10 schools, which again are reach schools for everyone. They're not match schools really for anyone because they're so competitive. You're looking at, okay, I am hopefully maybe near average. Maybe I'm hopefully above the 25th percentile. If you're hanging out below the 25th percentile, you can still get in, right? There clearly are students who get in, but you're just less likely. So ideally for those reach schools, we're hanging out in the above 25th percentile zone. If you're looking for like, what do I want to get into a specific school, 50th to 75th percentile is like really, really good. But again, we want to be considering our school list as a whole. So recommendation, come up with your school list, 75th percentile, average them. That's your score.
Fantastic. Cool. Next question. I've seen this a lot for a bunch of questions. The general theme is like huge test anxiety. A lot of students have huge test anxiety. Any tips or suggestions when it comes to that?
Yeah. Relatable. Yeah. I mean, you just heard from Coach Tony that like so many students are asking this. This is really, really common. So if you're feeling that way, don't feel alone. Like that is just kind of part of it, right? So if you are feeling test anxiety, the first thing that I want to shout out is that you can talk to people about it. And if this is something that's like really, really a struggle for you, talk to your parents, talk to your school counselor, talk to your friends. That sort of just network can really help with that. But if we're talking specifically with like, okay, what are we dealing with this test? My big recommendation, and I've kind of already shared it, is visualizing applying those strategies. I find for me, what can be really, really scary about these tests is kind of the unknown, right? Is going, what are these things that could happen to me and that I'm unprepared for, right? What if this question that I don't know at all appears, right? And I go, blah, I can't handle this. Or what if I end up in a scenario where I'm like way far behind time, right? What if these things happen to me? What I want to do is I want to kind of go, okay, well, what would actually happen if that happened? Well, I would go, okay, well, if I'm in the situation where a question appears and I am just totally gobsmacked by it, well, first I'm going to say, I know what shows up on these tests. I know that because I've done this study. If there's something that comes up that's totally weird, maybe it's an experimental question and it's not even going to count toward my score. Or even if it's not, I'm going to skip it. It's one question, right? One question that is worth the same number of points as any other question. And I'm not going to let it throw me off. I'm going to get to those questions that I know I can answer. All right. What if I'm dealing with timing? Well, okay, I've got these checkpoints on purpose, right? I have these timing checkpoints built in. I know when I look at the clock. And if I look at the clock on those checkpoints, I'm not going to be more than a few minutes behind. And if I am a few minutes behind, I'm going to immediately start skipping questions that I think are going to take too long, that I'm not going to get right. I'm going to get back on track. And because I checked my time frequently enough, I'm not in too deep of a hole that I can't dig myself out. All right. Thinking through those sorts of things, making sure I have strategies for those sorts of situations, visualizing applying them, practicing applying them can help make sure that when you get to test day, you don't end up with surprises or you don't end up with surprising surprises, right? Because you could end up with a question that you're going, I don't know how to do this. Fine, you skip it. It's no big deal, right? So thinking through those sorts of strategies and practicing applying those strategies so that you have a plan, you have a contingency for those sorts of things that could stress you out can help just reduce the fear associated with them. All right, so that's one of my big suggestions. Other than that, breathing mindfully can really do a lot for you. The more study you have, the more experience you have with taking practice tests, the easier it's going to be to take those tests because you've done it more. So more practice tests, more breathing.
Awesome. Super cool. Next big group of questions I see are like specific, like, hey, I'm weak in math or hey, I'm weak in English. You can kind of talk. They say just any quick tips, like where should you get for resources? What should you look into for both math? It's kind of split down the middle. So math and English and specific questions there.
Yeah, love that. I wish I could answer each of those individual questions because I'm sure that I do have specific tips for each of those sections. Quick tips would be there are so many resources out there. There really, really are, which is both a blessing and a curse because sometimes there are a lot of bad resources and you don't know how to sort through them, but there are also things out there that can answer your question. So one thing I would recommend, check out our YouTube channel. We got a lot of great stuff on there. I know that I have done tips for the math section. I know that I have done tips for getting through reading passages. I know that I've done tips for ACT English on that YouTube channel. So if you're looking for something like that, YouTube is a really great place to search for it. There's also stuff from other test prep companies. Seek the information you're specifically looking for, maybe on YouTube, maybe by Googling. You can find a lot of good stuff. We also have a blog. There is a high likelihood that your questions are answered. Other than that, practicing with your mistakes and really kind of doing that study guide mentality of, okay, every time I make a mistake, I'm going to try to come up with a solution can really help, again, just reduce that barrier to entry. Sometimes it's literally just thinking about it for 5 to 10 minutes. And you have a breakthrough and you get through it. Whereas if you just did like 50 questions, you wouldn't make that change. So seek it on the internet. Suggestion number 1. Suggestion number 2, for every mistake you make, try to come up with a solution. And if you're going, I really don't know. I really don't know what my solution is. Something more comprehensive, if you have the time, can help you with that. So again, like a live class or an online program, like the ones at Magoosh that we're having a 20% sale on, can really help with kind of figuring out like, okay, if I have a serious gap in my foundation, let me just fill that, get those strategies so that then I can personalize it later on. Hope that helps.
Awesome. The next big batch of questions, then we have a lot of small ones after that. The next big batch of questions comes to like test optional versus test blind type of scenario. So I think a big theme is like, hey, if my schools are test blind, should I take it? Some questions like, hey, if my school's test optional, should I send it? So you can kind of talk about that real quick. Also.
Yeah. So the first thing that I'm going to shout out is that I did just do a webinar on this that was on our Facebook page that we also streamed on our YouTube channel. So if you just go search on YouTube, Magoosh ACT SAT, you can find a test optional, test blind webinar that I just did where I kind of talk through this in more detail. So highly recommend. But kind of the quick answer is that if literally your entire school list is test blind, they are not even looking at the test, okay, you don't need to take it. But again, consider, is there any chance I'm going to apply to a school that isn't actually test blind, not test optional, test blind, or to a scholarship that isn't test blind? If you have even one school or one scholarship that is test optional or test required, you should take the test. All right. If you have one thing that is test required, okay, you definitely should take the test because if you don't take it, you are not eligible for that anymore. All right. But if even one school is test optional, that means they look, right? It means you don't need it, but it helps you, right? It is another data point that helps support you because if you take that out, right, that used to be like the biggest thing in your application, right? And if you take that out, now you're missing this chunk, this opportunity to kind of flesh out who you are as a student and show off. Whereas other students, maybe who have the same credentials as you across the board, right? Same kind of GPA, same kind of extracurricular, same teacher recommendations. They also have this other thing, all right? And you just don't have that piece. It puts you at a disadvantage. So if you are applying to even one test optional school, even if the rest are test blind, I recommend taking the test because it provides something extra for you at that school. Hope that helps. Again, we've got a webinar on the topic on our YouTube channel.
Super awesome. Cool. And then we have like 5 kind of quick questions. You have 5 minutes, 5 quick questions. First one, any quick tips on pacing or timing? The students saying that like they just keep going over. So any quick tips?
Yeah. First thing, skip questions. I kind of mentioned this already, but every question on any section is worth the same number of points. All right. So if you spend 5 minutes on one question and then miss like 3 questions as a result, you have lost points. So skip the question that's going to take too long that you're less likely to get right anyway. Come back to it at the end. Get the questions that you can get done faster and that you're more likely to get right. Come back for the other ones. So skip questions. 2, come up with timing checkpoints. So for every section, after a certain number of questions, you should be able to look at the clock and see how far you are in. We've got another live stream on our YouTube channel. It's like a free SAT or ACT class. And in the first chunk, I talk about timing and I give those checkpoints. I recommend checking that out. But basically, for passages, divide the section by the number of passages. That's how long you should spend. For something like math, basically, you're going to be checking every like 7 to 10 questions and kind of break it up evenly between the time. By checking the clock at a regular schedule, you can tell whether you're on time, ahead, or behind and can adjust accordingly. Don't have a random strategy for looking at the clock. It doesn't help. Have a predetermined checkpoint. That's it.
Awesome. Next quick question. When are the Magoosh live classes?
Great question. You can go to our website to find out. So if you go to act.magoosh.com or sat.magoosh.com, you can see our plans and you can see what sorts of test dates, live classes dates that we have available. We just started some SAT and ACT classes, so it's probably a little bit late to join for this month. However, we do have classes that start every month. So we typically have 2 classes for each SAT and ACT each month. They usually start kind of at the beginning of the month. So I know that our next set of SAT live classes start at the very end of August. I think like the 30th or 31st. And then our next set of ACT classes start a little bit later into September, right after Labor Day. So again, you can check our website for that information, but we run them every month. We'd love to have you in them.
Awesome. Next one, two last quick ones. Next one is to prep, because a lot of our students are like sophomores. So should they prep with the SAT material to prep for the PSAT, or do you recommend something different for the PSAT?
Great question. So the material on the PSAT and the material on the SAT is like basically the same. And there is a lot more SAT prep material out there than PSAT prep material. Studying with the SAT material is going to be really, really helpful in terms of content. However, the timing of the test, the structure is going to be slightly different. So I highly recommend coming up with new timing checkpoints for that test to make sure that you're ready. If you can find a PSAT practice test, take it because it will help you kind of refine your strategy to that specific test, but the content is like pretty much exactly the same. So same content, slightly different structure. So you want to prepare for both.
Awesome. And the last one's a fun one. What's your favorite book?
Great question. What is my favorite book? You know, I think it's actually one that I just read, House of the Spirits by Isabel Allende. Really, really good. But my other favorite, I would say, is probably Catch-22. Heartbreaking, very funny. You go from crying, laughing to like crying on a public bus. So highly recommend both.
Awesome. And that's majority of the questions. So anything, that's basically it. Any last things from you? Anything else you want to share?
Not really. Would love to see you in our live classes. Would love to see you on our YouTube channel. Would love to see you in our Facebook group. And again, we have the sale that's running through the 16th. Thank you so much for being here. If you have more questions for me, you can leave them on our YouTube channel or on our Facebook page. Happy to answer. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Erica. Awesome.
Bye.
That was incredible. Erica is one of my awesome friends from Magoosh. I highly, highly recommend. I actually send all my students over to them. I think I have like 2 students right now in their live classes, and they're saying it's incredible. It's amazing as well. So I'm super pumped. I've always referred them, and I will continue to refer them as well too. So I really, really love Magoosh. I love their culture, love their values, and you can't get more performance or more results at such an affordable price point. That's the thing, they're different than a lot of other companies out there. So if you're looking for a test prep company, try out their 7-day free trial. It's super awesome. If you don't like it, you don't like it. If you do, go ahead and sign up there as well too. With that being said, you made it to the 12 o'clock mark Pacific. So one last thing for me today. I gotta have like 20 screens open right now. 2 seconds. And that basically wraps up our official 3-day event. How exciting is that? So with that, just to carry on the tradition, we've been adding dates, so a lot of our speakers couldn't reschedule to the new dates of this week. So like I said, all their other speakers we'll do special one-off sessions for each of them over next month. So check your emails. We'll send a quick text and email for the rest when the speakers will be jumping in. So in the meanwhile, to make up for that, I've been doing Q&A 5-minute speed answering sessions with the students the past 2 days, and we'll continue again today as well too. So if you're interested, go ahead and text 714-988-3966. Give me a time frame between 1 and 3 p.m. Like, hey, I'm free 1 to 2 kind of thing, and ask your questions. I'll give you a quick call and just answer their questions fast. The quick 5 minutes. I think for me, this has been the most impactful sessions of the past 2 days, and today has been no different as well. So yeah, that's basically it. And also, if you, and then yesterday we filled it up within like 5 minutes. So if we are full and we run out of time today, we'll probably reschedule it. I want to make sure everyone who wants to chat do so as well too. So definitely send that in. And yeah, schedule time. I'll see you guys today. If not, stay tuned. This is the end, but not really, because there's still more sessions throughout the next few weeks to be shared. So I have a few secret surprises that I'll be sending out through email. So don't forget to check your email every day. And those of you subscribe to the texting as well too, you'll be getting a few texts from me over the next few weeks with some exciting things. Really shout out to Erica for coming in today. Shout out to my man, Coach Justin, for coming in as well too. Hope you enjoyed the session today and hope you enjoyed the last 3 days. Again, we're giving you guys all the access to all the replays and all of the speakers as well too. Everyone we brought into the event have been incredible and highly support you guys. If you guys are interested in anything that they do, feel free to follow them, join their programs as well too. They're all incredible. With that said, thank you so much for everyone for being part of another annual conference this year. The total registered number is 9,000. It's crazy. We started several years ago with just like 20 students, and now we're up to 9,000 registered students as well. So I'm super, super happy, super, super pumped. Next year is going to be even more bigger than this year. We're going to hit the 10,000 mark for sure next year. And then, so if I don't see you again for a year, which is highly doubtful, I probably hang out with you guys virtually somewhere between now and then. But if I don't, I'll see you again next summer for next year's event. Have a great rest of your summer. Have a great school year. Don't forget, you guys are the best.